Hey, stream is up.
Hello.
Hello. I need to turn streamer mode on actually, because oh no.
There, I muted you. It took a while. It took a while to get to the part of the tab where it was actually playing.
Okay.
Now you can just deal with the echo the whole time, right? It's easy.
Oh boy. Okay. Enable streamer mode. There we go. Stream is up, and let's see here. I haven't gotten any very last minute solutions just yet. I think I've checked over all of my messages. Received.
It's been 3 days since I sent you anything.
Yeah, well.
Hello.
You may or may not come to regret that. We'll see.
Hello, Mr. Puzzle.
Received.
Hello.
Received.
So, if someone went faster than I did, I'm going to call them a wizard. Because I'm certain it can be done, but I just can't get the marbles to move that way.
Welcome to the pile.
Just checking everyone that said I've replied received. Yep, this person did Quintessential Stabilizer quite a while ago. They actually skipped week 6 and just went straight to it. Alrighty. Refresh my email. I think I got everyone's. Let me just double check that they're in the spreadsheet. CGA is the first metric A, right?
Oh, right. We care about which is which, right? I don't know.
I've been doing it metric A and then metric B all this time, I think, so.
I thought it was cycles that was first.
Yeah. CGA is cycles, then gold tiebreaker, then area tiebreaker.
Well, it'd help if I click on week 7 instead of week 8. Yeah, cycles is first.
Area's first, guys. Come on.
Area is the best.
Shadow Cluster says yes. Week 8 is very, very interesting.
The way I did commentary for the 2020 videos does kind of put people to sleep. Because my voice doesn't go too much different from my standard speaking. So it's just really consistent, easy to sleep.
Alright. 7:59.
50
I need
seconds.
to go and pull up this I need to pull up this Twitch chat. Put over here. Biggie and Steven, I'm going to delegate Discord to you guys because I don't have the monitor space.
To Steven, you said.
Or
you said Steven instead of.
Did I say Steven? I meant to say Mr. Puzzle. I'm sorry.
Something got in your head.
Oh man. Oh. I didn't realize it actually freeze. I didn't know that it freezes that badly when I run the script. Okay, I guess Scilab does like to hog a lot of CPU.
Right, 3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1. First place stands alone. You'll have to see what happens. Oh wait, frick. Genius. Did you get my last minute 30 minutes ago new gold solution? Let me go and check that actually. Email. I'm trying to find the email, and I don't see it just yet. I mean, I know that sometimes this email likes to be really weird, and I know last time it didn't really update. Oh, wait, here it is. Why did it go? What? Okay, I found it. One sec. Let me go and. Okay, I got it. I got it. I need to go and check. Um, Let me check my junk email folder. I don't know why it went here, because your first two emails got sent to me into my normal inbox, but your third email got sent to the junk email. I don't know why. Let me just check here to see if I missed anyone else's. I don't think I did. Okay. All right. Thanks for notifying me. All right. I'm going to go and run the script again. Apparently, this makes the stream freeze, so yeah, be right back, essentially.
And freeze frame.
All right, yeah, 42 Genius 42 is here, and this is a familiar numbers.
Alrighty. That's that. Now I need to go and copy all of these solutions over. Control A, Control C, Control V.
Uh-oh. Flame Haze Gold primary metric this week.
Uh-oh. Alrighty. Let's bring this up. Alrighty. Welcome everyone to week 7 of the Opus Magnum 2021 tournament. Alright, let's go do a puzzle introduction. So this week's puzzle is called Quintessential Stabilizer. And here's what it looks like. Let me just grab all these reagents out here and stick them in some slightly symmetrical areas.
Are we supposed to be able to see something besides... Oh, wait, no. Okay, I had to refresh your stream.
All right. Oh, yeah. Also, I need to go and...
Share through Discord, please.
Yes.
Yep.
Here you go. Sorry about that. 1 second. I'm being messaged.
No problem.
All right. Let me just go and mute that. There we go. All right. All right. So this puzzle is the one quintessence puzzle. Actually, I can't say for sure because last week might be, but whatever. I'll spoil that the computation puzzle. Well, it does. You can use quintessence in it, but I don't really know if you should.
Derailed in like half a sentence.
Okay. Anyway. Yeah, so this is the main quintessence puzzle of this tournament. And it involves 4 pairs of elements, and you're making these 2 outputs. These 2 outputs are kind of symmetrical. Like about 10 minutes after this puzzle got released, Rolomni messaged me and was like, oh, this output could be more symmetrical if I did water, fire, and then earth and air instead of what it is right now. The reason why it is like this is because this matches up with this thing. Fire and earth are adjacent here, and air and water are adjacent there, and that's why it's like this. It's also the same. If you look at a Van Berlo's wheel, that is what this orientation is in. But if it was water and fire here and earth and air there, then you would have different ways of organizing these elements to make it was slightly more symmetrical friendly if you did if it was the other way around. Um, in hindsight, if I caught that before I released this puzzle, I probably would have done that. But unfortunately, I did not. So this is the puzzle that we had. And also, in the end, if I if I were to actually release this puzzle for like a journal puzzle, um, I would either keep these outputs, but change the inputs to opposing elements, aka air, earth, and then fire, water, and just have 2 inputs instead of 4, or vice versa.
2 inputs. That would make cycles so much more pleasant.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't. I don't think this is.
The atom load here was the biggest problem.
Yeah, like this isn't. I don't think this is easy enough for a journal puzzle. I mean, I guess it. I'm not sure actually. Like, technically, yes, this is easy enough for anyone to do, but to do well, this is very, very difficult, and that's kind of what I aimed for. But I didn't expect that not a lot of people really went ham at the cycles. So, anyway, some other things. You can make a reflection here by just changing inputs or animismus. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you have a solution put down and it's solved it, but you realized, oh, oops, I put fire where earth should be, you just take the fire earth input you placed and you spin it around itself. And now since Quintessence doesn't care which atom is on which port, now your solution will make the thing with fire where the fire goes and air where the air goes, or whatever.
Yeah, so about that, the symmetrical thing earlier on, why I said this isn't as symmetrical as it can be, is there are 6 possible combinations of any 2 elements, and you can see here if I put these 2 elements that these 2 actually match, and the other 2 do not. Whereas if you did opposing elements in the outputs, then none of them match. That was the slightly more or less symmetrical thing I was talking about earlier. Because you need both this and this to make one quintessence, but you need these 2 others to make the other quintessence if you decide to do that. But anyway, we'll see. Pretty cool, pretty cool stuff. All right, time to look at my giant spreadsheet. Okay, Rebix only sent me a gold optimized solution. Guilty Bystander only sent me a gold optimized solution. So we are starting off with Steven.
Steven, what you got?
Let me see if I can find it. SSS. Oh, it went reverse order this time. All right. Von Berlos.
Oh, this is large.
Yes, it is. Here are the outputs. Where are the inputs? Here it is. Okay, let's take a look.
And this is the cycle solution?
Yes.
All right.
I'm slightly confused. Okay, so it makes this thing, and then it calcifies a quarter of it to make animismus.
Wait, did we have a Van Berlo's wheel available in this puzzle?
No, you did not.
Then how come he has... Oh, wait. I didn't see the beginning where he makes it.
I don't...
At the very bottom.
Oh.
Nice.
There we go.
For a split second, I thought that was a Van Berlo, and I was like, did he just hack that in? Brilliant.
It wouldn't run on Brookie's computer with the same puzzle format, because the puzzle would just delete it.
Yeah, so the very first 3 cycles, he makes a Van Berlo's wheel. Okay, that's a thing you could do. Yes. I commend you on doing this.
Why?
Why? I don't know.
I appreciate that it's a conditional though, so like nothing ruins. Like it's still 8 cycles in the instruction tape. It manages to make and use a Brillo's wheel every 8 cycles.
Yeah. All right. So these go into making quintessences, and then these go into making the outputs. Yeah. The output ratio was actually pretty nice. Well, this you see, this is the cycle solve. The reason why, okay, so yeah, Zorflax. This is a cycle solve, and this is a big issue because Steven is not pulling the inputs as fast as they can, and
Even
like
posted an unsent 52 cycles solution in Discord. So I was like, nah, 151 is better because I get to show a wheel.
yeah, it's the reason why this one loses out on cycles is because it's not working at input speed, and there's a huge delay latency to get to the outputs up here. Like doing this whole bonding, duplication, debonding, and all of this process over here is very slow. Look
And
at
it's using only half the inputs.
the air water.
It's high effort in the sense that this is the way that Steven creates solutions left to his own devices in low effort. It's impressive that someone can just think like this. But at the same way, it's not going to beat other people in the metric.
Only a desperate alchemist looking for a last hope would make a Bamberlo wheel, right?
Ha!
Oh,
Lord
the
references.
output. Did you
There's some pistons that aren't the right
misbuild?
pivot things to fix them.
Oh my god. No.
Ah, pivots being used correctly, I see.
Yeah. The Steven rule is that if you place a piston, its only instructions can be grab, pivot, drop.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Alrighty.
So now that we've gotten the fun, let's look at what
Alright.
people submitted.
Yeah. Genius 42. This is your submission now? First, welcome to the tournament. This is your first entry, and I welcome you to the tournament. I know that there's not too many weeks left, but better late than never, of course. Let's take a look at this solution, actually. So there's a interesting symmetry here where these two inputs are used to make quintessence all the time, and these two are used to make these two are used to make the quintessence and also provide the elements for the elements in the outputs. And these two are used for animismus only. Yeah.
It is reminding me of those clacker toys, if you ever played with them, where there's like a handle and then 2 balls on plastic struts, and you can just clack it back and forth. That's what the pistons are doing when they take the balls and spin them around like that.
Yeah, so overall, I'd say this is a pretty elegant solution. 98 cycles is, well, yeah, it's
coming
a bit
from a lack of input speed. But
right. But that's okay. Getting this puzzle to work like really fast, it was actually pretty difficult. So, yeah,
The solution definitely looks clean. It's well organized. Genius. I don't know how long you've been playing, but this looks good.
mm-hmm.
It's laid out nice.
So yeah, one of the struggles of giving a puzzle whose inputs are all bonded pairs is that the first thing you need to do almost always is debond them. But the solution to give it an arm to grab on each and then just debond, like that means that both sides are now holding an atom, which prevents you from having some latency, which is a good thing.
I'm trying to figure out what sets the. Oh, it's arm 3 that
Yeah,
sets
arm 3 has
the.
to go on a track as well, so it takes an extra. Because this arm is also delivering the Moors. Adding a second arm to deliver Moors would cut a little off the period.
Yeah, I wonder
Probably
if.
save 24 cycles.
I wonder if I can do that.
I wouldn't try to on stream. That's
Okay. Oh well.
Ricky will try to on stream though.
Well, it's not too terribly bad, I don't think. Arm 3. All right, it's this grab plus drop minus. Oh, minus plus. Let's see here. Oh. Ah, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, there's also internal reasons that the period was only able to be what it is, but I think those can all be fixed. It's just iterative process that is not going to be one stream's worth of work.
Yeah. If I were to fix this, I would do something along the lines of probably move this over here and then have these calcifications like this so you can swing here and then output there. But it's fine. I won't do this on stream. But yeah, those are just some general ideas of how you could make things go faster. But yeah, welcome to the tournament, and I hope you stay for week 8 and maybe week 9. Week 9 might be a little bit hard, but yeah. Coming up next, Topo Mouse. Okay, interesting symmetry there. Not the best placement of Critelli, if you ask me.
Oof.
Let me fix that real quick.
We'll fix that live on stream.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Also, yeah, it looks like the inputs are being grabbed every 5 cycles, just based on the tape loop. So this is going to be at 2/5 throughput, because you obviously can grab an input every 2 cycles, and if you're taking it at n, it's 2/n throughput.
All right, I like the symmetry. Yeah, it's the top and bottom outputs are off sync by 4 cycles. It's 4.
The amount of time it takes to move the quintessence into the right direction.
Yes, or it might
5
be
cycles,
5.
actually.
Yeah,
It's offset by 5 cycles, but arms 7 and 16 have a 4 and a 6 cycle grab, so it like do-do-do-dee.
Yeah, pretty cool.
And we're at 71, so I went from 98 down to 71.
Are 7 and 16 the only arms that have
The 10 period
tape loops? Yeah, because I'm wondering if you could speed this up by turning them into 3 arms.
No, because right now the way that arms 3, 4, 1, 2 work, if you have a 4 cycle repeat on the tri-arms grabbing input, they will grab the atoms before quintessence is formed. You would need to make them into track loops over on the very far left here.
Which?
The 2 tri-arms here on the far left.
1 and 3. Okay, so
yeah, they would grab the atoms they're moving into quintessence because they're ready before the ones that are delivered off the debonder. So if you were to just make it an 8 loop, that grab would cause problems, and you'd need to replace this with a track loop.
Yeah.
Anyone who hasn't tried to optimize cycles before, I know this is too little too late, but I do have optimization tutorial on YouTube. Just search up Magnum cycle optimization tutorial.
All right. Coming up next. I think this is also a new entrant to this tournament. So Britboy3456.
Oh yeah, nice.
Yep, that's a new name too. Yep.
They were in the Space Chem tournament, but I hadn't seen them in Opus Magnum yet, and my Steam friends list says that they played for the first time this last week.
Well, welcome to Opus Magnum. Just welcome to the tournament, and let's take a look at your solution, I guess. All right. There's a interesting asymmetry here. These two are not lined up in a reflection or anything. I'm just curious how everything is working here. Alright, so half of this gets used into one of the outputs, half of them goes into Quintessence. Same with this output, which means this has to make all of the animismus and the Quintessence over there. Okay.
So it's making an output every 8 cycles of each type. So it's half throughput, and you can see that when the arms have 8 cycle loops, looking at things like the one on the left, arm 26, like you can do 3 motions, drop, and reset those 3 motions, and that's a clean 8 cycle loop. So that allows a lot of freedom for movement. And it does mean that this solution can, like 29 is another one that's doing 3 moves and then a drop and then reset those 3 moves.
The period is 20 though, I think.
There is one downtime cycle. It's 18, but it's dropping an output every 9 cycles, and I just mislooked.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, yeah, 18.
I can't. Yeah, okay. I misjudged, and I thought that was 8 because I was just seeing 3 and then drop and then 3 back.
21 and 22 are the limiting arms right here. Or at least they're ones that have completely filled instruction
There's a double drop at the end of each of them, though. I don't know exactly why.
Oh, that might... I don't know.
It's a pseudo X instruction, basically, but I don't know why. Or you have Dvorak, so I can't say X and then look over on the It's a Q instruction.
Yeah, it's a period lengthening thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, ARM 18 also has a bunch of them at the end to pad out length, I believe.
I'm looking at this and I'm thinking this person is someone who clearly knows how to pipeline their work, like break up the tasks, have multiple arms, one carrying where the next one left off, and they got it down to a period 9 per output. And this is cool. Very good for a first timer.
Yes. Well, congratulations, and welcome to the Opus Magnum tournament. I hope you stay for week 8 and possibly week 9. And yeah, we'll be moving on to the next solution. So that was 65 cycles. Coming up next is Kupioala.
Nice. Their consistent entry have been in every single week so far.
Cut 19 cycles from first solve.
Excellent.
Good Critelli placement. I like that.
It's compact too.
It looks pretty symmetrical as well.
It only has one quintessence glyph, which is interesting. That means they're gonna have to stagger one side versus the other. Oh, I really like the thread the needle. Like, you watch the quintessence going to the right, and then the Vitae or the Moore's Earth rotate around it. It's just barely squeezing past. This is really pretty.
On the right.
Yeah. It makes it around the quintessence to get to the proper side of the bonder.
Ooh, yeah.
Ooh.
Just slides right in.
On the left, the timing is different on the quintessence, so it doesn't have the same nice squeeze, but on the right, it's really satisfying.
Yeah. And ARM 19, there's a pivot-only ARM, too, which is interesting. You don't see those very often at all.
Yeah, I guess to get the output into a position where it would land on a glyph cleanly, it needed to pivot from a position that wasn't presently being held.
Yeah.
I'm curious, I guess yeah, the left output is the one that limits the cycles, and it's limited by the quintessence being available later than the one on the right. So speeding up the delivery on the right doesn't change anything, only making sure that the left is there in the exact amount of time it needs to be.
Mm-hmm. I wonder, just curious. Ah, I can't. Okay.
Trying to deliver it with a 6-arm on a track.
Yeah. Because I looked at this, I'm like, there's some people, like, there are some solutions where you can actually grab two atoms right beside each other and move them both down on a track, but
Yeah,
yeah.
you would need to remove the top arm and then give it the top arms programming. As Steven mentioned, yeah, you upgraded an arm that was grabbing later instead of the arm that was grabbing at the beginning. But yeah, tinkering is not for the stream. You want it to not take forever. Okay, fine. You found the tinker. You did it. You have to rotate the track. But yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't mess up with this grab, and yeah, you can do the same with 22 and 26 like this.
Well tinkered. The massive
Tinkering
parallelization offered by the 6-arm.
Tinkering these solutions can be saved for during the week live streams when you're aiming to become a hotshot Opus Magnum Twitch streamer.
I like tinkering with things, okay? I'm an engineer by training.
I agree with you. One of the things I love doing on the subreddit is someone posts their solve to something. I say, that's really neat. And then I tweak it and make it my own. That's how I get a lot of fun out of this game.
Yeah, I know that I think Lars Dahl is someone on the subreddit who also does that, but they specifically remove every piston from someone's solution. Like, here, you posted a solution, I'll do the exact same, but it's probably slightly faster and without piston.
Alright, coming up next. Voidify. Alright. Yeah, these solutions are just a little bit too big for my screen. A little bit unfortunate. I like these diamond tracks.
Oh man, the instruction tray is just a sea of grab Oh, it's grabbing another 3, so it's maxing out the usage of that one quintessence clip. That's actually... So this is max throughput under the assumption you only place one quintessence clip. It's interesting.
Interesting. Critelli good, but sadly obscured. Where is Critelli? Oh, it's there.
I like how the two quintessence are
It's
put into a
45.
single molecule, which is broken apart later.
Yeah, the bond stuff together to move them around the board. I love that. That's my thing.
Yeah, the latency here is actually not that bad either. Yeah, we did take quite a big drop from Kupiala at 59, and this is Voidify at 45. And actually, Voidify is at the very, very bottom of top page, which is actually really dense this week.
Top page, woo!
Yeah.
Without the overlap, then yeah, the fastest you can use any of the quintessence glyphs or animismus or anything that consumes is 3 cycles, because you have to create the thing, grab the thing, move the thing before it'll proc again. Those are 3 different actions.
Yes, Chickens in the Attic, you are squeaking into top page because you are actually up next. 44 cycles. It's okay, Kilpiala. The thing about top page is that it really depends on how many people spam me with improvements, because sometimes we'll have like someone say, "OMG, it's Abyss," who really likes sending me incomplete solutions and or pre-optimized solutions, and
that's right.
Yeah,
top page doesn't mean top page of players; it's top page of submissions.
Yeah.
So hey, if you want to get into top page, write a good solution and send in like 50 iterations. 50 iterations, you'll make it to top page.
Yeah, so we are at 44 cycles.
I'm amused by the idea of me submitting like 5 gold improvements all the way through a huge slew of things just to make the top page all me. No one else.
I saved a hex. I saved another hex. Oh, I saved another hex.
All right, let's take a look. Pretty symmetrical actually for this one. Very, very prime placement of Critelli Hex right here.
Wow.
Yeah.
I like the symmetry.
Yes. This is when I designed the puzzle, I expected most solutions to look something like this, where you had essentially two like a rotational symmetry, 180 degrees rotational symmetry around this, or you had mirror symmetry along one axis. Yeah, we'll see that some top solutions actually make really good use of this kind of symmetry, and that was kind of my goal. And in that kind of metric, I believe I succeeded in my goal in making this
You wanted
puzzle.
to make the Invisible Ink 2.0.
Yeah, essentially. However, I still wouldn't say this is one of my better puzzles I submitted, because one of the big things about making puzzles is you have to make them fun to play too. And
Yeah, I mean, so my gripes came as a puzzle solver. As the presenter in this tournament recap stream, I'm very happy with it. Just as a solver, I was miserable for most of the week.
is this full throughput? No. You can see here that there's a delay on this grab on this input, and there's a delay on this too.
Yeah, it's only every 6 on the 2 inputs.
Mm-hmm.
Or it's 2 every 6, so it's basically the same throughput as Voidify, except with better latency.
I didn't make the puzzle symmetrical? Well, this is symmetrical. It's not as symmetrical as it could be, but it is pretty symmetrical. Alright. Coming up next. Username Void. We dropped down a couple more cycles to 40 now.
Oh, we skipped 42.
Yeah, we did.
Not nice.
Alright, let's take a look. Oh boy, it's a little bit laggy. Just a little. I think I want to record the GIF of this to take a look. Whoops.
That's a lot of arms.
That is a lot of arms. It's very, very well pipelined. But it doesn't make use of as much symmetry as was possible. Lots and lots of track, so this is pretty expensive, but Wait, it's still recording? How? Oh,
It's got a
okay.
long tape. Because of the track loops, it has to do a lot of padding.
Whoa. Okay, so they.
If you wanted to make the metric have instructions as a part of the primary, it would have killed solutions like this that aren't even doing gross things.
Yeah.
It's just some people's approach to making it have really long track loops.
Yeah, that is true. For those who are asking, what is this thing about instructions in the primary? When I was developing this puzzle, because I wanted to have a little bit more emphasis on like the symmetry part and not as much emphasis on pre-building. Yeah, this is username Voids actually, not Voidifies. We went past Voidifies. Because I wanted to have a little bit more focus on symmetry and less on pre-building, I was considering adding a 0.01 multiplier plus instructions metric to the puzzle, so that you couldn't really pre-build and then do all your outputs without losing out a lot on the instructions metric part, which would have added more cycles.
Would also have potentially encouraged 1T solutions instead of 6T.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
But it nukes track loops. At least you have to have very short track loops.
Right.
And track loops are basically the fun part of latency optimization, because you can actually do more than one thing before resetting.
Yeah, indeed. That was the main issue. I didn't end up doing it, and I just decided to go with gold instead because gold and arms are kind of a proxy anyway. Um, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. All right, coming up next, Andrej K.
Ooh, that symmetry.
This looks like a mirror symmetry. It's not quite mirror symmetry.
This I like.
Not quite vertically symmetrical, not quite horizontally symmetrical.
Yeah,
Just
it's interesting. Oh. Oh. Okay, so yeah. It's building one output down here, and then it's building one output up here, and mirrored with this. I think it's not exactly mirrored on the y-axis, but it's very close to being mirrored on the y-axis.
Regarding what Chump Change Boy was mentioning, instructions as a secondary doesn't help if there are primaries you can only reach by doing dumb things.
Yeah. Rotational? No, I don't think this is rotationally symmetric. Yeah, no, it isn't,
Because our main
because...
does not have a rotational partner around the Critelli.
Mm-hmm.
The tri-arm pushing on this side. Oh yeah, we're at 38 at max throughput. As Abyss has mentioned, this is now latency time.
Ah.
If max throughput's at 38, how low can max throughput be beyond this is just a matter of latency.
Mm-hmm.
How low can you go?
Alrighty. Yes, the latency shaving has begun. Let me count 10th place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then I will highlight this so I don't forget where I am. Alrighty. Andrej K. So this was 38. Coming up next, I received 237 solutions, but none of them are scoring because they sent me improvements. Um, Monster Racer is up next.
Ooh, nice.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh, that wiggly track. Look at that.
Oh boy.
Oh, that's a batch
Alright.
track. Ooh.
Yeah.
Batch tracks are valid.
They are valid. They're just...
When you want a track loop, but you don't actually know how to make the geometry loop.
Or, yeah.
That works. It even resets. Okay. Alright. So, it is grabbing half of the outputs up here to make those two. It's making the other... It's using the other to make animismus. And I'm guessing that's exactly what's happening over here. And then that means that the rest of the inputs are being used to make quintessence.
Very cool that this is 36 cycles. Like, this is max throughput. This is well, it's not max throughput if you count the reset time, but over the course of 6 outputs, it is running at input speed.
Mm-hmm. Monster, the name of the player or the machine? This is Monster Racer, and that is the name of the player.
There's also a really accomplished Necrodancer speedrun where the name Monster Racer makes a little more sense.
Ah. Interesting. Lots and lots of crossover with
Yeah, I keep forgetting that fact for some reason, even though we bring it up like every other day.
Rolami, is that on your end or is that on my end?
I was struggling to see the run smoothly on that solution as well.
That's weird.
I'd be thinking maybe tab through solutions that have a lot of action, just so that it doesn't get chunky like that.
Okay. Here. It is stuttering. Why is it stuttering?
There isn't a background application, is there?
Let me me check. Oh,
I mean, there's Discord and Twitch. Okay, this is still chuggy with tabbing through.
let me see if I can close some of these things I have open and see if that helps at all.
Close Discord, close OBS, close Opus Magnum.
I closed all my Chrome tabs.
Close the Twitch. Perfect.
Is this better at all?
I mean, you're just panning around right now. Oh, it's definitely better when you're playing the puzzle. That's nice.
All right, I will keep it like this. Cool. All right, coming up next is Communist Mountain.
So we were at 36 there. Is this another 36?
Oh wait, no, sorry. Okay, Monster Racer was at 36. Coming up next is Brother Mojo. Brother Mojo is at 35. My bad. All right. Let's take a look at I want to say there's some symmetry here because these two and these two look like they might be doing something, but they're not quite symmetrical because there's a 4-track loop and then there's a 3-track plus another arm here. Yeah. It's not quite symmetrical there. That's okay.
Let me see what the assembly process for animismus looks like here.
Yeah, so these
Okay,
two...
both of the atoms and it drops in an animismus immediately, but that is also the last piece of each output. So if you put your final input suite into animismus, it takes debond, calcify, 3 cycles of animismus, 1 of bonding, and this bonding is being done in 2 steps. It makes sense that this is sends it up to 35.
Yeah.
It's quite a bit behind theory.
Well, but I mean, if you want to talk actual min theory, that's a hellish landscape. That I applaud anyone who actually managed to venture through.
I don't think you'll be clapping.
I kind of hope I do. I want to see it. I want to see the hero survive the journey through Mordor to reach Min.
Oh, Brother Mojo mentions the fire earth is limiting, and yeah, that animismus glyph is also running further away from the pieces it needs to bond to, so that makes sense. Oh, it's 3 whole cycles.
Here it is.
Okay, because I was watching their water and thinking that's 1 cycle behind what I would expect, not more. So yeah, there's the rest of them.
Yeah, so here's the first water at cycle 12, and this one's at cycle 14. Ooh. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Coming up next, Communist Mountain. Yeah, sorry, I skipped Brother Mojo that one time. Let's pretend that never happened. Nobody sent me a 34 cycle solution, so we're jumping directly to 33. Yeah.
Nice.
Critelli Hex. Some pretty nice symmetry.
I haven't seen anyone yet do the quintessence loader that I used. I hope it's not only me, because it's really pretty.
Alright, so let's see here. These two are used solely for quintessence and nothing else. That means that these two atoms are used for the animismus and the output. And same with this. Yeah, so this is one of the ways that you could have gotten your solution to be perfectly symmetrical, was if you used the atom pair that corresponded directly to your outputs as like kind of separate off to the side, and use that for both animismus and the output, and then the other two only for quintessence. Yeah. Good job.
I like seeing that so many people are getting comfortable handling like 55 or 55 arm monsters. Like I see arm 55 over on the left, and I'm sure it's not even the highest number.
It's 56.
I was only up by one.
Yeah, there's this
Off
one
by
right
one
here.
order.
It makes sense it would be even, because it's symmetric. But yeah, people who are getting more comfortable programming this size of a solution does bring me some joy, because this is the heart of cycles, is these big old movie things around layouts. Okay, true. I'm assuming they were comfortable while building this. They submitted it. That's all I'm saying.
So, coming up next is Rich27, which is also another new contestant.
Ho, ho,
Nice.
ho.
You made it this far. I was seeing him in chat talking about, I must have made a pretty good solution. And yes, you did.
New player gang.
Very, very interesting. I was gonna say, apart from these two pinions, I believe that's the term. This and this looks very, very similar, and same with the exact layout of the yeah. The funny thing is, this also scores 33 cycles, but it is a lot cheaper.
Yeah, the cost tiebreaker. I'm imagining at the pile up number, which I won't say out loud yet, the cost is going to push like 10 people.
Yep. There is a pretty big pile up number. Yeah. We'll get there eventually. I like this. The Morse getting out of there as the two salt atoms go around it.
Squeezing by. That's really good. Yeah.
Oh. Communist Mountain, you were you placed here. This is 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Communist Mountain, you are at 21st place today. Oh, okay, well. Type faster than me.
Oops. I didn't realize that's what I hear you.
Alright.
Reply snipe.
Yeah. Congratulations, Rich29. This is a good solution. How many entrants this week? There are 35 unique names, but I think there's only 34 scoring players because I think Showcase shows up in one of these. Yeah. Yeah, Showcase. All right. Let's move on to the next one. After Rich 27, we now drop down to the only scoring 32. You know who you are.
Okay.
OMG is a beast.
OMG.
This is 19th place, actually. Yeah, if Communist Mountain was 21st, Rich was 20th, and OMG is a beast, you are at 19th. Nice Cretelli hex placement. Let's take a look. Ooh.
Oh, this is a little chuggy on the stream, just for you. I think I would not pan around. The panning makes it chuggier.
Oh, it's the panning that makes it chuggy.
Well, it's chuggier while panning. I can't promise that that's what makes it chuggy.
Okay.
Oh, this is also doing it in a batch so that it can reset. That's interesting.
Yes, I'm trying to figure out where it's doing the reset / what arm really needs to reset. 39 and 40? Oh. Okay, 39 and 40 are opinion but they end up in the wrong what is it called?
Oh, like they're swapped.
Parody. Yeah, parody. They're parody swapped at the end of it. So there's a little bit of a delay for them to reset. I think. Maybe. I don't know. Alrighty. Well, congratulations on making to 32 cycles. But unfortunately, we have to get into the massive tiebreaker category.
Oh boy, pile-up time. Did y'all know that cycles is actually a cost competition? Too.
You say that as
It's a 20-player pileup.
yeah, shots
Yeah,
fired.
cycles is all about cost, and cost is all about cycles. Have fun.
Yep.
It's one of those weeks.
Yeah. To be completely honest with you, this is probably more similar to like the 2020 tournaments where you had like a lot of primary pile-ups and a lot of secondary tie-breaking with a lot of the puzzles.
Yeah, I know that was an issue with some of. I think cost for week 4 was a bad decision because it was all tie breaks.
Yeah, I tried to avoid that, but week 7 ended up being kind of that kind of thing for me. So for this tournament anyway, I'm actually pretty surprised and pretty happy with how much I've been able to avoid the tiebreak pileup issue, but unfortunately this week was not one of them, and hopefully this is the only week that is that way. Spec 98 has our most expensive 31 cycle solution. S. Here we go. Ugly. This looks pretty symmetrical. I wouldn't call that ugly.
2150. All right. I see a piston track loop also.
Oh. You thought min was 31. Yeah, min is 31 if you don't pre-build.
Yeah, the different people talking about optimal in the Discord, and then people who I think knew better being like, I don't see the word optimal anywhere near cycles for this week.
Yep.
Yeah, there's more than 31 according to theory, but 31 is practical min for a lot of reasons. I'm curious to see who broke that practical.
Yep. As I spoiled a lot earlier, first place stands alone. Fun fact.
Very cool.
For this specific puzzle, yeah. Well, Spec 98, very good job on getting to 31 cycles. Unfortunately, more than 10 people got to 31 cycles. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 people got 31 cycles. Yeah, the anticipation. Ooh. We'll get to the name betting once we get to 10th place. Alrighty. How do you get lower latency than this? You pre-build the stuff that needs high latency. Specifically,
you basically need all 4 of your 12th inputs to go into the bonded individual atoms in the output. So you would build the 5th and 6th output suites using the 12th input suite as only debond bond.
Yeah, so like the rough order of what it would look like is make all of your make all the Vitain Moors, then make all the quintessence, and then assemble everything as fast as you
yeah.
And
and drop everything as fast as you can.
The one person that beat 31 is a wizard, because Cordialem would call you a wizard, and you will have earned the title of Week 7 Wizard. That's what I say.
You know who you are. Don't spoil it.
Don't spoil it. Enjoy the moment.
All right. Coming up next, this is Kuzumi's solution, and already we've dropped down a lot in cost, from 2150 to 1880. I like the symmetry.
No panning, please. It's so chuggy.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I need to remind myself not to do that.
We got a track loop hugging a track loop. That's nice.
Yep, right there. I'm gonna have to pan over to this side. It's the same. And yeah. So really, for a lot of these symmetrical solutions, you really only need to see half of it, because the other half is, well, symmetrical. That's just how it be.
It's making me question things, seeing that 2 of the inputs are always used for quintessence, and it still manages to be 31. Because I had an assumption that you would have to use all 4 inputs to make quintessence at some point, and I've stuck with that. I wonder if that bites me.
Maybe. Was revealed that there's a 29, by the way, no audio here.
All I know is there's a sub 31. A sub 31 wizard.
Alrighty. Yeah, so if you want to tab through this, these so these 2 quintessence glyphs has so this, the 2 inputs here that purely make quintessence, one of them have like 3 cycles to get there, and the other one only has 2. But because like the one that occurs later, or always happens like,
yeah, it always produces the 2 quintessence in sync 4 cycles after.
That's what I was trying to say. Thank you.
And so that means that it'll always get out the minimum latency for that quintessence production station. So then it just bonds twice, because you can't do a 180 bond in 1 cycle, and outputs immediately afterwards. And that's the 31 route. Make quintessence as early as you can, bond twice, put out.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how you reduce latency a little bit more. It's by bonding animismus with quintessence, or sorry, animismus with the elements, and then doing it. It's whatever you can assemble first, essentially. Yeah. Coming up next, Hutobi beat that by 20 gold.
Utopi's Haimon solution, which also he's claimed to be at optimal cycles, isn't at the minimum cycles.
This one isn't quite symmetric, I don't think.
Yeah, there's no mirror partner for arm 55 in the middle, that 6 arm. Well, it's definitely doing the quintessence production from all 4 inputs instead of from 1 pair of inputs only.
Yes. I'm just trying to figure out. Okay, so the 2 inputs that are closer. No, it's. Oh, okay. So this is. Okay, I get this now. So remember how I said that the puzzle could have been more symmetrical? This is one of those things where the 2 halves are slightly different solely because you could, to make 1 quintessence, you could be using the pair that exist in the outputs, and the other pair doesn't exist in the outputs. So you have to split them, and then half of those have to go into the output, and then the other half has to go into make the animismus. That's why the solution is not exactly symmetrical, and a few people ran into this problem. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to design one that uses a full input debonded into animismus, and one that uses 2 half inputs debonded into animismus.
Mm-hmm. Critelli cannot be taught, only felt. Alrighty. Coming up next. After Hutobi, we jumped down in cost by 160 gold.
Down to 1,700. All right.
Yes, to Neuter.
Ooh, I like the symmetry here.
This is very vertical. Very, very vertical. Oh, man. It's a little beautiful to watch right there.
The polar piston is so cute. Yeah, so this is also building the 2 quintessence from all 4 inputs in unison as the second pair of inputs ground. This is what, to me, was the natural way to build a 31, but it does have the problem you mentioned where the 2 halves have to do different animismus allocations.
Mm-hmm. Let's look at the bottom one. Have we seen JoJo's? Not quite yet. Alright, so this is the bottom one where these 2 inputs here are able to make the output directly. These 2 here are used to make the animismus. On top
Although actually,
here...
it is symmetric because it's using a different pair to make quintessence than it is using to make each output. Because the quintessence has to thread the needle between the 2 inputs. That's something I hadn't considered. If you do this layout, but you build the left and the right, then quintessence has to pair up with at least one side that doesn't get the input that becomes output. But if you do it vertically and you thread the needle between the 2 inputs, then you actually get the air water on the air water output side and the fire earth on the fire earth output side.
Yes. Yeah, so this is actually symmetrical across the x-axis. So the top and bottom are flipped, and they're symmetrical there.
Except the 2 piston loops that have to be a little skewed.
Yeah, except this little part here. That's okay. Yep. So yeah, that is Neutra's solution. It was beaten by 10 gold by JoJo.
Also nice.
And the thing is I think you could save let's see, 20, 40, 35 gold, I think, if the pistons in the center were replaced with length 2 arms and you added another piece of track. I think everything could squeeze in just right.
Not Hutobi's, it was Neutra's.
Yeah, 24 and 25. I think you could put a track where the Critelli is to make a diamond.
Ooh.
Yeah, that would totally. Oh wait, no, that arm would need to be out of the way of the swing on the quintessence, and I'm not sure it is.
I think it would, but
Let's see here. This goes to plus, and then this goes to plus. 25 goes to plus, and that goes to plus.
There's an extra plus. There's extra plus on 25.
Is there?
Yeah.
1, 2, got... Oh, yeah. Yeah, it does. Let's move that over there, and let's move this over here. 25 needs to move faster.
Earlier. Move those two.
The starting position on 25 is very wrong.
Oh, yeah, that's what it is.
But also, I'm pretty sure those quintessence swings are going to cause a problem.
Oh, wait, what?
Oh, I need to move a...
Your repeats are in the wrong place. But it doesn't work. It doesn't cause a problem, actually. It works.
Ooh, type oof in chat.
Big oof.
That would have affected placement.
Big oof.
Big oof. That cost savings would have brought him down almost 2 placements, actually. Almost 2 placements. Yeah, we'll have to get there, though. All right, let's go to JoJo's.
Always be on the lookout for the secondary and tertiary optimizations.
All right, so we've seen this setup already before. Same with this. Which means we can focus on this. Wait, this looks really similar.
This way of loading the 2 glyphs is very similar to what Rich did.
Oh, it doesn't even loop properly. JoJo!
Looping solutions. Just make it go to the you win screen.
Why does it collide? I don't know, but you sent me a solution and it collides.
Maybe just something doesn't have enough repeats.
I mean, those truck loops on the right have to be synced up for a long time, and if you didn't pad it out far enough, then it won't
It's because you forgot a repeat sign here.
On 14? Yep.
Yeah, and the same one on arm 40. Okay, let's go to arm 40, and let's add this repeat sign. I'm gonna shame you for this. Yeah, missing repeat instructions.
Shame you, Brookie. You didn't find the latest version. Either that or Jojo never sent it. In terms of the production, though, it's doing a multi-bond right out of the quintessence glyph, but I don't think it's actually using both sides of that multi. Oh, it is. Okay. The left half is. The right half isn't, but it's getting the quintessence there 2 cycles early, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, the right side is actually ahead of the game.
Which is curious. I mean, it shows the potential of there to be cycles saved because, well, you know, when you make this, when you drop this output, you still have all these other atoms that aren't, you know, being made into this output. But that's where it gets really complicated.
The ability to create quintessence on the left.
Mm-hmm. All right. 1690. Remember Nuchar's included an improved solution?
1665.
Yeah, well, Ravioli comes in at 1660.
That's the first entrant, right? This person has not been in any of the previous.
I believe so.
This is their first week.
They were definitely talking on Discord in the last few weeks, but this is the first solution we've seen from them.
Yeah,
they also confident that they might beat me on cycles, but sorry, nope.
Yeah, well, I do have to say, top 3 might surprise a lot of you guys for this week. It might surprise a lot of you guys this week. Anyway, so Ravioli is at 1660, and congratulations on submitting a 31 cycle solution, especially since this is your first entry. Yeah. Now let's take a look.
Top 3 are not all Biggie. Well, have you know, I didn't actually submit 3 times. I might have actually.
All right, we're doing the 2 inputs used for quintessence only here. What is all this track doing? It's doing the wraparound thingy here again.
Did we see that in Brother Mojo's, I think?
I don't remember whose it was. It might have been Brother Mojo's.
All these push-centered solutions are really expensive compared to things that use more rotates.
Yes.
You can rotate without spending money on track.
Mm-hmm. We'll have to see how low it goes, but yeah, it is unfortunately more expensive to do a bunch of track loops. I believe this is the same thing, just mirrored.
There's a piston on a track on this side though, and not on the other. So
it's not mirrored. It's not a perfect mirror. This 6 loop up here doesn't have a corresponding loop down here that's in the same orientation. So there's something iffy going on.
I think one side probably has to deal with the quintessence coming out later than the other, and that's the big reason.
Yeah. That would make sense. Yeah, I would.
With the description of tournament fatigue. That description makes sense. I can tell that this was a fatigue week for me. I didn't put much effort in. Spoiler, I'm not the stands alone at the top.
Mm-hmm. Coming up next, we take a little jump down again. Matter Monkey is up next.
Ooh.
Except for some reason he's not in, or they're not in order. Matter Monkey is at 1550. Or what? What? Wait, oh, that's Mad Master. Whoops. Here we go.
Just oiled, bruh.
Oh.
Oh, it's two. It's just 2 disjoint pipelines.
This is what I was saying. I was expecting that people would do 2 disjoint things, and one is way off to the left, and one is way off to the right. I had the option to do that with my first song, and then I improved it.
All right, here's one half.
Could you tab through it and start over? I want to see what the very first thing that happens is.
It makes quintessence, animismus, and then it makes the outputs. And there's some really, really
the animismus has to be min latency for this to work, but it is good.
There's some really, really tight collision avoidance here. Like, oh. Yeah, so this is the half with that needs half of the it needs the elements from each of the outputs. The other one only needs it from one of the outputs.
Yeah, if you go to the other side, it's a different story because you have to use animismus from one input.
Yeah,
so you have to
completely different here.
This is Matter Monkey, you had said?
Yep, this is Matter Monkeys.
Very cool. But yeah, the min latency animismus is a little bit expensive because you have to hold 2 atoms through a 2-cycle motion. Both sides, I believe, are at 31.
We can take a look at the products. Yeah, both sides are at 31 here.
Because, I mean, if you're doing animismus out of your second input grab, it's limiting. You're going to be at 31, and you have to be perfect latency on the animismus portion.
Mm-hmm.
You can have a slow side for 31 if you're making if you're making quintessence 1 to go to the left and then 1 to go to the right 2 cycles later. This is definitely the expensive side, yes.
It's not that much expensive, actually, but it gets
We have
pretty
illusion.
cramped up here, but yeah.
I know.
So Matter Monkey is at 1550. It gets beaten by another 10 gold.
Brutal.
Yep.
I love the brutal. I don't like how it's kind of arbitrary which decisions you made like early on in the process lead to you getting a placement point lost.
Yep. Yep.
Just gotta get good.
Zorflax, which I also think is a new name.
Yeah, they're a very known sum optimizer, but they I don't think have been in the tournaments yet.
Well, congratulations. You are 11th place. Just missing top 10. But that's okay. Welcome to the tournament. And let's take a look at the solution.
I do see some very pleasing symmetry. Oh, this is invisible ink tier. Oh my gosh. This is a beautiful solution.
All right, let's take a look here. So these two middle inputs are the ones that would be... Ooh.
I like that it's kind of crossing its own path to fill the quintessence glyphs symmetrically so that it can keep symmetry throughout.
Yes.
That's satisfying.
This is very, very satisfying. I believe this is completely symmetrical as well. I'm just double checking all of that.
Yeah, it is. It's invisible ink tier.
Yeah.
This
So-
wins a lot of points in my heart.
Mm-hmm. It's very, very pretty. Unfortunately, the large number of track loops makes this a little bit on the expensive side. But that's okay.
I mean, sometimes you count the number of steps you need to perform at min latency, and track loops are your only option.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you can cut some of these.
Alrighty.
Yeah, Invisible Ink was a campaign puzzle. It was chapter 4, I think.
Yeah, it's got
It was.
water, and you make an animismus. There's a more side and a vitae side, and you can build it symmetrically around one animismus glyph very easily, and it's very pretty.
I believe Anateus made it for Clara.
Yes, it was part of their plot to go and try and convince that tried to convince Taros Colvan that Clara was madly in love with him.
Imagine knowing literally anything about the lore of this game 2,000 hours.
Hey, you can just solve the campaign puzzles and read the lore.
I know Anateus is one of the characters, and he's a bit of a snob, and that's about all I can tell you.
All right. It's top 10 time. It's top 10 time, and I'm going to have to get you guys to place your bets on top 3. Top 3.
I've seen enough approaches to bet myself out of the top 3. There are some smarter things you could do that I didn't think about.
And Mr. Puzzle, you already know this. We're going to start with you in 10th place.
I figured it'd be next. It's 1520?
Yep.
All right, so it looks really compact, but I'll quickly explain. It's 2 disjoint things that I've hooked together to save area, and there's a fun Earthiana Jones, if you can find them.
Earthiana Jones. Panic getting a vote from someone and responding, I didn't submit, lol. This doesn't really feel like a panic puzzle. This is, to be fair. It's a puzzle, but I can tell the difference between a panic puzzle and a not panic puzzle.
I like how this rotates through this input while it's being pulled off.
Yep, that happened to work.
Your screen is okay. Now it's cleaner. It was really stuck for a while.
Oh. I really need to take a look at the Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. I'm looking at the frame drops thing, and it goes up by... I don't know. It goes up sometimes. Alright, where is this Earthiana Jones?
Top left.
Ooh, crossing the
Oh,
tracks here, are we?
I love it.
Hmm.
Yeah, the problem though with the one atom goes to the animismus and the other one has to stick around 4 cycles is what do you do during those 4 cycles? Sure, you can accomplish a lot of movement, but you also got to move it, which takes arms.
Yeah, it's not cheap. And it's not pretty. The two pipelines are so different. Ugh.
Yeah.
But it's 31.
It is 31.
I was at 32, but I got down to 31, and I didn't want to try 29 or 30 too hard. So here I am.
Galaxy has not appeared yet either. Let's see here. Goodbye Galaxy said something about beating Biggie. What else?
Yeah, that was an early on one saying like my week 7 cycles will beat Biggie, and that was a spicy react, and I think Reveloli followed right afterwards with I will also beat Biggie. I appreciate being the target of these. Actually, that's it's good to be that person.
RPO says goodbye Galaxy, Pentapig, and Bambi. Bambi is still in, yes. The really spooky bit will be when Biggie beats Galaxy and then posts Cable Shame from Galaxy's house.
I'm thinking that the person who knows that they won it is quiet and not talking much.
Yes, I told them to not spoil it. So
if it's Rolomni though, that shakes things up real hard. I wouldn't. It's hard for me to say that I think it's Rolomni because I don't think it is. But I don't know who else I would put in that besides Pentapig, and that just feels like a cheap bet.
Coming up next, Tweedledee. Up here.
Unless Greamy showed up for a week. I doubt it, though.
Alrighty. This is somewhat similar from that one of the previous solutions. I forgot.
Oh, we're down below 1400s. We're 1420.
Yeah, we had a jump down from 1520 to 1420. Fun, fun, fun. All right, so why is this cheaper? Less track use. Half of this input is being brought off using a rotate, and these two arms are doing rotates and not sliding on a track. So there is some gold to be saved there, which this person clearly did.
That's true.
Yep, 2, 6, 5, 1, 4, 3. They're doing rotates, and so not only does that save you a bunch of track, but I think that saves you 2 arms as well. So 20, 40, 20, 20. Yeah, that right there gets the 100.
Man, I just didn't look at dedicated quintessence inputs, and I'm looking at the possibilities for cheapening from it.
Yep, and then on this side, I believe it is the same, just mirrored. Yeah. Oh, no, it's not. What?
It's delivered by a length 3 double arm on one side and a length 2 double arm on the other.
Yeah, that's the thing that's really throwing me off. I'm like, wait, why?
Right, slightly further because the quintessence gets there 1 cycle earlier, and that's the big deal. So I think the left side is forced into a few more costly maybe area limiting quintessence, while the right side gets to be a little bit more compact and probably cheaper, I assume.
That I would guess so, because the right side, I believe the right side gets, the right side gets the quintessence earlier, so it's got a little bit more latency to mess around with. Yeah, very, very cool. Yeah, it's because you're limited by your slower side if you make the quintessence not at the exact same time, and that just happened to be the solution. So here's the thing. Tertiary metrics are a thing.
We have a
Oh,
smaller 1320.
Yeah.
Ugh. Your pileup
Hello.
and the area it matters
Mm-hmm.
on the 1420 cost 31. So this is a very well tessellated solution.
It is. I am definitely tabbing through this because 31 cycles is not a lot. 8 instruction tape length. This can be.
Another one that wins heart points. It's just so pretty.
Let's record this GIF.
oh yeah,
That's it. 8
that's good.
8 cycles.
Probably the best looking one so far. I'm sorry, Zorflax. I've been swayed.
Just you wait. Just you wait. It gets
And-
even better.
And this looks like it tiles infinitely really well too.
Yeah, it's just a nice, slightly parallelogram bounding box.
How long ago was that discussion? Was it on Reddit about
Tabulation throughput in Discord at it was pretty shortly after the 2020 tournament ended.
yeah.
People wanted the densest throughput, or you had to be able to tessellate it infinitely.
Yeah, this is very, very compact. You've got arms crossing over each other all over the place in the solution.
That's a lot of crosstalk. Like the odd atoms are going to both quintessence. Like they're splitting around the middle.
Yeah.
So there are 3 different inputs contributing to the 2 quintessence on both sides because there's a split in the middle to make it a little more convenient for anonymity. Yeah, the crosstalk options were beyond my interest, but they make for such pretty solutions.
Mm-hmm. I think inputs are used to make quintessence once, and then they're made to use animus and outputs the other. I think that's what it is.
No, it can't be because it's an 8 loop. There's no first time initialization. Like, all 4 inputs make quintessence, but it's 3 inputs going to the left and 3 inputs going to the right because the ones at the top and bottom are split. That's what I meant by that.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
the top and bottom inputs contribute to both quintessence.
Oh, that's okay. That's what you meant. Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, very, very nice. Very symmetrical. Oh, I need to go and give congratulations. I forgot to do that. Mr. Puzzle, congratulations on 10th place. Tweedledee, congratulations on 9th place. And Bambi, congratulations on 8th place. 7th place. Accidentally spoiled this earlier. Madmaster at 1380.
Oh,
1380. All right.
I thought that said 1580 when I saw it earlier. Oh well.
Yeah, I was looking for it and saw, okay, 13. This is going to be, I'll spoil that much. It's going to be not far from me. I'm also at 13 something, which isn't that promising given that there's still a lot of places to go.
Is my bitrate dropping again?
It's just causing things to have a trouble encoding, I think.
That's weird. I don't know why I'm having such a problem. I'll go and restart my computer after this, right before I do the other metrics. I think.
I think the other metric won't have nearly as much problem.
Okay.
Yeah, because if it's compression issues, it'll be a lot easier with the salts because it should be more blank space, so that should compress better.
Okay.
Maybe, I don't know.
Hopefully.
I'm not a
Let's
professional Twitch streamer.
let's tab through this one.
I like anytime I can see the 6-arm.
All right. So
Yeah, when you do this split contestants like this, the 6-arm can handle the added 2 latency.
yeah. So half of the so previously we saw the 2 inputs used to make purely quintessence had like 4 pinions on each side, but this time we have 2 pinions here, a single arm here, and similarly on that. And then everything else is, I mean, they're still ugh. Ugh.
It was looking really great, and then
It's cost equivalent to 3 arms, but it's not area equivalent.
Yeah.
Basically, we are judging.
Yeah, unfortunately, that does actually make a difference.
There's another tertiary at 1380. Oh dear.
Yep.
Yeah, 6 arms doing the big spins don't bring joy.
Yeah, they do not spark joy at all.
Yeah, track segments with a grab and a single rotate in there. It forces you to either use 6 arms or to use 3 arms. Yeah, it only wastes area. What we're saying though is that mattered in placement.
Stream glitched. Oh no. Let me just check to see what's eating up all of my CPU. It's Twitch Studio. Twitch Studio is eating up 30%. Discord is eating up 5. Why is Microsoft Teams eating up like a quarter gig of my memory? Okay, you can die.
So brutal.
I have not used Microsoft Teams in literal years. I don't know why it still runs. Anyway. Alright.
Ringing endorsement of Microsoft Teams from our very own Brooke Yaz.
Alright.
Just thinking it's cool to see all the different solutions take different approaches to trying to keep the throughput.
Coming up.
When it has the 2 dedicated quintessence atoms, then you kind of get to build and push in both directions. Whereas you'll see when mine comes up in not altogether too long that you can do it a different way as well.
Flame Haze is up next.
Nice. This is their best placement by pretty far, I think. Oh wait, no, they did really well on another one, area on week 6.
Well organized, good Critelli.
1380 gold. Huh, that's a familiar number.
Mm-hmm. Let me see here. Do we have any ties above here? No, we do not. So, yeah, 1380 is the last of the the secondary metric ties. There are no secondary metric ties from here on out. All right, Flame Haze. Congratulations, Mad Master, for getting 7th place.
Oh, 7th.
Wait, let me check here. Mr. Puzzle. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Mr. Puzzle was 10th, Trilby was 9th, Bambi was 8th. Mad Master is 7th, so congratulations, Mad Master, on obtaining 7th place. Flame Haze is 6th, then, I think? Yes. So Flame Haze is 6th. So if you have not had your name called, that means you are in top 5. And it's quite a doozy. All right, let's take a look at Flame Haze. All right, middle part. Everyone has seen this already. Reuse.
But there's a lot more, like the 6-arm that's the grab, pivot, release. That's a really good motif for saving some cost. It's doing 2 actions without a need to reset.
Yes. I was gonna say the reuse of the debonders here help, but debonders are not that expensive in the first place, so it's not as big of a deal as it could be. Let's take a look at the sides. I feel like this probably could have gone cheaper. I'm not entirely sure how I would have redesigned it though, but it seems like a lot of arms and tracks to just debond and calcify to move it into the animismus. Having 4
problem
arms.
is you have to do it at min latency and you have to double grab.
Yeah, that's true.
When you do it with this plan, the min latency animismus with the double grab does cost a lot. I think this is almost the cheapest realization because it uses a rotate on the only cycle that I can get away with.
I believe
the Biggie Bag available at Wendy's for 42 cents.
Here's the problem, though. At least one of these 2 halves could have been a little bit slower in latency because the quintessence is being made off, offset. So, I mean, that's okay. It
doesn't necessarily mean, though, that the latency could be lower. It would have to be.
Yeah.
I think they just copied and rotated.
Oh well.
Also, for using fewer 6-arms than Madmaster, they have a better placement.
I thought this was going to be unexpected, rookie. Well.
Yeah, so far the 5 people who remain are the top 4 in the standings, and Goodbye Galaxy, who was boasting.
Congratulations, Flame Haze on 6th place. 5th place, Biggie Mac.
Yeah, okay. Ooh. There I am.
Woohoo, we get to see cable management.
Well done. Yeah, so I had basically 2 disjoint halves that could have been arbitrarily far apart, but then I saved gold by making a bunch of 2-arms do the loading of quintessence.
Yep. I saw that in the Discord and thought that was really good. I was trying to see if I could do something like that with my pinions, but the rotations and the sliding they do could not do that.
Yeah, and so from that point on, it was like I built a 31 in the first 3 hours and then looked at 30s primarily and never found one and gave up and got frustrated. And so the cost optimizations on this were just local. I didn't try to redesign a 31. I'm glad it's played in the top 5, but I'm not surprised it's not like what I'd said to Brookie is that I expect to get top 3 in just gold if I get a 31 that's cheap, but now I didn't cheapen it up as much as I'd hoped.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's a reason why I said you might have regretted this.
Is there a 1320?
Yes. Oof.
I had 5 gold more yesterday and I didn't find it.
What would that even be, though? That's a single... That's...
Like, I'm asymmetric, and someone else who could be symmetric might have something.
Ooh.
I have a arm that does a grab, rotate, pivot, and I have the shared by arms in the middle, but everything else is just what I would build given this puzzle and like a day on Reddit to try to show up. With a whole week of format, I didn't feel like this was gaining anything for me.
So, one cool thing I want to say is just the 5 middle tiles not counting for area is Top notch.
Me. Snuck the Critelli in there in the middle. It was almost cooler when there was a diamond loop on the right, but now it's not because I found a way to cheapen it.
That's okay. Can Arm 8 be
Arm 8
replaced
cannot
by...
be replaced by a normal arm. There's a swing that crashes in. I tried hard. It's the Vitae Fire Quintessence swing. It would crash with an arm in that position. If you tab 2 cycles on the left. Yeah, that swing right there is at length 4, so it does have the collision on that.
Yeah.
Arms.
1320. Well, Jin Yu actually had a 1345, and then Jin Yu optimized it to 1320. So.
Okay. Well, so given that we are 0.016 apart in overall points, I think Jinyu and I having a very similar score on CG is not out of the question.
Yeah, here it is.
Long boy.
Very, very different.
It has Pac-Man tracks.
Wait.
It had a Pac-Man track once, and then I got rid of it.
Huh. I think this is batched in 6T. I was a little bit surprised that the bottommost input isn't grabbed until like the 3rd cycle, which is like, oh. But
interesting.
Yeah, there goes to show the potential, because like, yeah, this is cycle 3, and it's only cycle 3 that this one gets grabbed. So you can see where, yeah. You can see where there's possible cycle saving. That is part of it.
Possible partial product cycle saving does not correspond to a partial cycle. Like,
that is true. It's not necessarily.
I'm like, oh, this has a cycle saving, but it doesn't change the output timing.
Mm-hmm. It's not always the case, but the reason why I personally would look at it and see there's maybe a cycle save there is mostly because in Space Chem tournaments, a lot of cycles once you get to maximum throughput, a lot of it is just latency elimination, and a lot of it ends up being how much product is there that's still stuck in your reactor, and how fast can you push that out into the output. So anyway.
Yeah, Magnum, there's a long pull, and this one, that long pull is clearly the fact that some part of the 12th output suite is being used to make quintessence, and you literally can't go faster than 31 if that's the case.
Mm-hmm.
So whoever gets under 31 uses all 4 of the 12th output suite or input suite to make outputs and not make any of the consumption glyphs.
Coming up next, we actually take a little jump down in cost.
Ooh.
Cool.
How far?
Pentapig, 1230.
Oh.
Cool. Oh. Goodbye Galaxy and Rolamni as the top 2.
Indeed. Pentapig has a very, very nicely symmetrical position that. Mwah.
Like that.
13. Oh yeah, that bi-arm in the middle is doing a.
Is 13? Wait. Nope, never mind. Critelli's over there. I was wondering if 13 was sitting on the Critelli.
There was an earlier version of the solution that didn't have ARM 13 and was a little bit different laid out that didn't have a Critelli directly smack dab in the middle.
Oh wait, I just noticed that there's a 6-arm pusher that pushes both inputs.
Yes.
That's another great cost savings.
Yeah. So ARM 19 grabs both those inputs, and same with ARM 16. Yeah, so it turns out that if you made a very, very good symmetrist, you were good enough to get 3rd place. Just had to really cram in all of the cost savings you could, which was no easy feat.
The cheapest 31 would be top 3.
Mm-hmm.
This was very pretty.
Mm-hmm.
There is some asymmetry, though. I'm still trying to figure out why and how. Or is there not? We just haven't seen the bottom of it yet. No, it's perfectly symmetric. We just
Yeah, it's
haven't seen
perfectly symmetric here. I'll align it to be a little bit more symmetrical.
So yeah, it's perfect.
And it looks like it could tessellate infinitely nicely.
Probably. Oh yeah, there's so much use out of this 6-arm. Yeah, arm 37 and arm 19 grab onto both inputs and also this earth right there. Yeah, it's doing the work of 3 arms at the same time.
That's really good. I didn't notice it was grabbing a single atom. I only noticed the inputs.
Mm-hmm. I didn't notice that at first either. Yeah, lots and lots of very, very clever arm reuse. Yeah, so congratulations Pentapig on 3rd place, congratulations Jinyu on 4th place, and Biggie Mac, congratulations on 5th place.
Thank you.
2nd place. Goodbye Galaxy.
In a row, the man. Rolomni stands alone then.
Rolomni stands alone. Indeed.
His 4th first place win? That's the 4th time he's done this now?
I think
now
so.
The question of whether Goodbye Galaxies is a really cheap 31, and it looks like yes, it is. That's impressively cheap.
Oh.
And Rolomni will doing the same 6-arm, but it's got such a cheap assembly.
Yeah, Rolomni will get to your solution in just a bit. Yeah, let's take a look at this solution first. Sorry for interrupting you, Biggie Mac.
No, you're good. I'm just trying to analyze how this one got so cheap, and it's doing basically all the good things we've seen from solutions past and nothing more.
A lot of 3 arms doing a spin, or no, doing rotate.
Yeah, this is somebody who knows their way around latency matched geometry. This is a very good solution.
It's very elegant.
Yeah, the multi-arms are good when they can move multiple parts, and they're also good for avoiding resets. And Goodbye Galaxy knows how to do both. Sum helps a lot. I think the sum intuition that Goodbye Galaxy's generated really helped on a gold secondary on a Cycles puzzle.
Yeah, so arms 1 and which is at the bottom there, the single rotate onto arm 2's hex arm to grab both outputs definitely saves a lot of cost compared to the double pinions, which is all this down here, which is like 6 tracks and 4 arms. Of course, you still need those 4 pinions to achieve minimum latency on getting the quintessence out as fast as you can. But for the other 2, you don't actually need it. Pentapig saved on the cost of having of this allowable slower latency by, I think, doing like regrabs and like regrabs with the hex arms. But I think this one just ends up being cheaper.
Yeah, this is over 100 gold cheaper than Pentapig.
I'm just trying to figure out exactly how it's getting cheaper as well. I mean, I do notice that
nothing is on track except for the ones that have to double grab, double slide.
Yes.
Everything else is perfectly latency matched to the rotations it has to perform. The tri-arms are doing 2 actions, everything else is doing 1 action. So it doesn't have any expensive track loops. This is just...
Yeah, I think this is
exactly
just
how much needs to happen on each atom, and it finds the way to get that to happen.
Yeah, I think this is just straight up very, very good latency matching and pretty much nothing else. Because, like, another thing that I did notice is there's this little grab drop chain from input to calcification to debond to animismus, and then once it's there, there's literally like no latency left to do anything. But hey, 31. Yeah, this is very, very beautiful.
The placement it got. This is a very good, cheap 31. This is the math. This is the fast. Let's see. This is the fastest possible if you're outputting every 4 cycles, and this is just about the cheapest I could imagine being possible if you were getting a 31.
The boasting was deserved.
Really, though, really was. I'll be taking a photo of the cords pile underneath my TV and posting it to Discord.
Rolomni, Rolomni, Rolomni.
30 or 29?
It is, well, I'll just tab through it. It won't take that long.
You madman.
So you have to place duplication glyphs for this cycle count to be possible.
What?
30.
30.
30.
I didn't see any duplication glyphs.
So there's an odd one out.
There's
an odd one out pipeline down here.
Is it only odd one out on one side?
No. It's a double odd one out.
A 13th input, though. Okay, a 13th input is a way I could see. Okay. He's describing it in Twitch chat. For those of you who will only be able to watch this after the fact, he's the most expensive solution he's ever built in this game. He had a full throughput 31 where 2 inputs were not grabbed until cycle 3. That enabled him to set aside 4 extra atoms and then use a 13th input to get down to 30 cycles without needing to care about the 2 inputs that don't match up their atoms with either output. Because you set aside 2 more at the beginning and you can do all the duplication on them then. So yeah, you don't actually need the full 12 output suite. You make them you can use the 13th output suite and get it to min latency without caring about 2 of the inputs. This is a route to 30. I didn't think, and it's really cool that someone got it.
I actually set aside 12 instead of just 4 at the beginning. Oh, here's the duplication.
Make the extra quintessence as well. That makes sense.
Here's a duplication glyph. It's used like once right there to get this from fire to water. I don't know if it's used again. I'm not entirely sure.
I think in order to even have a chance at finding this, I would have had to find the symmetric layout instead of stubbornly sticking with my 2 halves that have to worry about different allocation.
Yeah,
so
disjoint pipelines.
Okay, yeah, Rolami just said it's not used again. So yeah, there is so this duplication glyph here is used once to first change this this air fire into an air water, which is used to complete this quintessence glyph up here. But where does the quintessence? Oh, sorry. There's 2. Yeah, this is a symmetrical solution where so there's the duplication. There's 2 duplications and it does that. My bad.
So I'm describing in chat, but this has a lot of resemblance to the cycles progression of Visualary and Aesthetic in the journal. That puzzle allows you to make it allows you to use the 13th inputs and get cycles optimal +1, whereas a pipeline solution gets only optimal +2. People are saying that 29 is the optimal number for this puzzle, but no one can get 29 unless they do something even harder than what this solution does.
And that was the wizardry I was assuming would be appearing in the standalone solution, but
No, this is still like I was thinking the standard would be 30 because having tried 30, I thought it was beyond me, and that 29 was beyond anyone. Maybe that's not the case, but it shows in this result.
I was not expecting duplication to show up.
You literally need it to go under 31. It is fully impossible to get a 30.
That's why the 29 seemed so hellish. Because I was trying to not use duplication. I'm not a cycle solver.
Well, Rolomni, congratulations on first place. I know this is your 4th consecutive win. Don't let it get to your head.
Won in area, gold, cycles, and throughput. And is the instructions guy from days past. What can Frolomni do?
I don't know, but this is very impressive. I'm slightly surprised that nobody else got below 31. But that's
I'm not.
Would you mind explaining why duplication is necessary?
Duplication. Rich is asking to duplication is necessary. So the two inputs that don't match up 1-to-1 with the outputs need to be used in, like, their 12th iteration needs to be used, and that use cannot go into a quintessence list because that would put you at 31 cycles hard minimum. So you need to get the two inputs which are not matched to outputs useful somehow by converting the atoms on them to duplication. So Rolomni, you're right. You didn't win gold yet because it was actually 2 area puzzles in 2 weeks.
Did Shadow Cluster get under 21? Shadow Cluster did not solve this puzzle. Or rather, he did not send any solutions to me. So,
from his description, he gets to pick and choose and chose against this puzzle.
Yep. Alrighty. It's time to go and parse the other puzzle, or the other metric. So.
Well, the gold cut this week is actually about area, so you might find it's actually about cycles.
Yep.
I'm imagining isn't just at min cost; it's at min cost and min area for that cost.
I do like the. I mean, this was actually gold cycles.
Both of them require things that aren't just my specialty.
Alrighty. What?
Huh?
Huh?
You had a chuckle at something that I did not quite understand.
Oh, I was just reading chat. Yeah, it's a cycles category. I was just thinking of the meme of the guy with the coffee cup and the glasses, and he shows up and he's like, "Yeah, I'm going to need you to do this thing or something." I don't remember what that's from.
From Office Space. That's such a classic movie. Right, I'm gonna mute real quick. I have to go give my dog a little walk. She's being cute. I'll be right back.
All right, I'm going to take a bio break quick.
All right. I'm
in a
going
few
to
minutes.
clean up some of these solutions while I go and while you go do that. Should be good. Excuse me. Let's see here. I think everybody ended up sending me at least one week B solve or metric B solve. Did I miss anyone? This is all GAC area. Did I miss anyone's? What is it called? CGA. I'm just checking that right now. Nope. I think that's everyone. Hopefully. Hopefully. Let me just double check real quick. $35 items selected. And yeah. Showcase. Yeah, okay. Showcase will be at the end. X secondaries. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a product of the other two. Which does get a little bit confusing because because sometimes for like cabinet puzzles it could be instructions because there's not really area in production cabinets, but
Ooh, did someone say cabinet puzzles?
Oh yeah, people were talking about like the X secondaries, which is like
Oh,
where
yeah.
yeah.
So you have like a primary like area, or wait, that's not for production. Cycles. And and then but then you have to tie break them somehow. So on the leaderboards you do like cycles instructions, cycles gold, or cycles instructions times gold, and X is the times.
Mm-hmm. So when I did go and design this puzzle, I did foresee this to be a tertiary race. Um, because Animismus does set the minimum cost really, really easily, and it's kind of a blessing for minimum cost because you get so much. To counteract that, I was trying to make the puzzle harder by, well, originally I thought that I was going to make it a little bit harder by limiting the number of access points, but that doesn't really work with quintessence glyphs because you can grab drop on top of them really, really easily. So I decided to go with area because the outputs are sort of large and the inputs are, well, they're pairs. Um, but the problem with area is, again, because the quintessence glyph is so massive, it wasn't too terribly difficult to get really good on area for this puzzle either. So it ended up being a big, big cycles crunch. Oh well. Um, Unfortunately, that does mean that cycles is um, rather high for this week. Um, Almost all solutions that I received are over 1,000 cycles, and a big a lot of them are over 2,000 as well. So I will likely be alt clicking through very many of these. Probably won't be 4 hours. I'm gonna try to get through these ones at least relatively quick. Biggie Mac, are you back?
Yes, I am back. I have paid my pittance in Discord. I posted the worst cable management shot I could take it.
Uh,
There was a wager that I kind of just threw out on no reason of like, huh, Goodbye Galaxy, you've thrown down. What if we try to put something on the line here? Loser has to take a picture of the worst cable management in their house. I posted because I was looking at it while I made that wager. I was figuring if it's me, I know what I'm taking a photo of.
Alrighty. Topo Mouse.
Could you reshare the stream on Discord?
Ah. Thank you for reminding me. Here we go. Oh,
Appreciate it.
wait, let me try something. I'm gonna but at a lower resolution to hopefully get the bit rate higher for the other stream.
Okay.
Is it still good enough for you?
Really fuzz. It's really pixely, but
Oh,
I'm literally only watching the Twitch side of things, so.
oh,
that's all right. I'll deal with it. I may not be able to read numbers though. I would rather have a up-to-date stream than a pretty stream because my internet's not the best out here.
okay. I'll try to see if I can, have less problems next time. I apologize for the inconvenience this time. All right.
There are a lot of arms in the solution for low cost. I like that it's symmetric. I like that it is solving the puzzle, but as far as the metric is going, this doesn't quite do it.
It is not particularly low cost. That is a little unfortunate, but hey, it is a solve, and it is still a lot cheaper than the other solve, so.
True, yeah. The corresponding cycle solves were anything but cheap. I don't think there were many under 1,000 gold.
All right, coming up next. We're already jumping directly to almost ideals gold. Kupiwala didn't quite get there, unfortunately.
Oh no, it was a 5-track.
Why can I not? Here it is. It's a piston on a 3-track.
Oh, that makes sense. Some people haven't yet seen all of the cost records and realized how to get the glyphs to be accessible with a single fixed arm.
Mm-hmm.
Piston at least allows for a lot more movement, so this one should be fast-ish.
It is. It's 1,675. Notably, this is also 31 area for those who might find that interesting.
It is, yeah, it's not going outside of its footprint, which is really nice.
Mm-hmm.
All of the rotations and things.
AGC, it does like the solution, or the actual thing is actually GAC. The issue is because so many people, because ideal goal for this puzzle was really easily achievable. It became a lot of a competition over getting to lowest area after it, because that was the secondary tiebreaker. And then after that, it was a tiebreaker to see who can make it the fastest. Which is why Biggie said, this is a cycles puzzle.
It is cool to see, since you have to bond it all on one regular bonder, there's a lot of space required around the bonder to make sure that all of the bonds you form don't go outside the footprint. So, I mean, that's the main challenge in an area secondary. And Koopy nailed that one.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the piston kills it. It would need to be a fixed arm And then you'd have to put it on 4-track to be able to reach all the pieces, which also means the area here is probably the lowest we are going to see.
It would be if it weren't for Flame Haze.
Does Flame Haze do it in 120 with a piston and 2-track?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you do Quintessence with 2-track? Yes, you can. Here it is.
Yeah, so this is literally my area.
That's 30 area. Yeah, 30 area, right?
Mm-hmm. It is 30 area.
It's min area with also the lowest cycles. 30.
I'll actually do the showcase solution right after this one.
Oh, the one I submitted?
Yeah.
Yeah, because that was I submitted a min area showcase solution, but it's a different much different layout than this.
I did see Flame Haze say oof regarding the fact that the metric was actually gold and not area.
Yeah. Oops.
Tournaments scramble people's brains, you see. They don't know how to do what's on the paper because they look at the paper and forget it.
Come on, guys. The document is out there. It's okay.
Yeah, but you have to like click on something other than the puzzle and then This is the only thing I know how to do, you guys.
we gotta get modded Opus so that we can have story panes.
Oh yeah, then you can put all your flavor text and the metric in the story pane.
All right, I'm gonna alt-click through the rest of this.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine adding Cheat Engine to the list of processes running would not improve stream quality, but it does help a lot with these. Once you see each output go out once, you can just and it's done.
Oh, this is coded out all the way to the end. All right. Flame Haze. Coming up next is the showcase solution. S. Here we go.
Yep.
This would be area cycles gold, I think.
Yeah, I tried to speed up the cycles.
The bonder on the debonder on the edge, that's gotta make it a little bit uncomfortable to work with this layout.
Yeah.
So, there's not too much else you can do.
The input in the middle is interesting.
Let's see, what was the oh, that was why. I needed to tuck the so I make 3/5 of it, right? And I need to tuck it away in a corner. So I need that hex right next to 2 for something. And I decided to put the input there.
I think it's to bond one of the things, maybe.
Yeah, it's to get the matrix of the thing to the right spot.
It's to rotate some things, I think. Yeah.
Because the other tricky thing is that water hex is inaccessible.
Ah, right.
Yeah, the access problems for no track is a little harder. Man, I really look at this and think that the debonder is slowing it down by probably a factor like 1.5 for not getting to be anywhere central.
Well, I didn't optimize too terribly.
2 blips that require 2 different arms to access are in their required spots, so I don't know that there's much more that could be done.
Well, the reason why I decided to show this solution off is because Flame Haze had a 1550 cycle solution for minimum area, and this one is 1429. So, just a little bit faster. All right.
Absolutely smashing ACG for this week. Oh, yeah.
All right.
You're a winner of a category we didn't even know about. And then everything else I see, not yet solved 11 parts, not yet solved 11 parts, not yet solved 11 parts.
Yep. Not yet solved 12 parts.
Curious.
Interesting. We are now minimum cost gang. Yep. Brit Boy 3456.
Nice.
Congratulations on getting minimum primary metric. Yes, this is the layout that you would need to use to get minimum cost. It is needed to you need to get this diamond track so you can do the animismus. Is one equilibrium? That's what I would guess. Yep, the primary is all tied from here on out.
Woohoo!
You
Yep.
mean you can't do under 110? Ah,
Oh, yeah, that's right. I wonder if anyone did lightning bolt track.
true.
That's a thing? Oh.
Yeah, Ginny won week 7 cost on my tournament with a lightning bolt track. The only person to use it, and it was also the fastest.
I don't know if anyone used it.
I know I tried it, but with the layout of my other parts, it didn't work
Oh,
great.
Chumching was saying that he did neither lightning nor rhombus. You can do a prolonged lightning bolt.
Oh, that's right. That I saw that in one of the min cost production puzzles, and that threw me for a loop because, which one was that? Was that Luster?
I think so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
you lost
they
their record.
put the anime glyph and the equilibrium glyph in the same chamber, and I'm like, but how do you do that? You can't fit all that stuff into looping track. And the secret is they did not use a looping track. But yeah, the long lightning bolt shape is also valid.
So that was 67 area. This is going to be smaller.
This is going to be 62 by Chickens in the Attic.
Looks like a jellyfish.
Let me start that again because this is the first time.
Kinda
My
does,
bad.
yeah.
A lot of spinning. Takes up a lot of area there.
I think it looks like a jellyfish. That's me.
I think it looks like a head crab.
Different
you
strokes.
see it, right?
I do see it.
It's just this is the Opus Magnum Rorschach test right here. What do you see?
I see an animismus glyph. I am a robot.
All right. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna guess that everybody used the inputs that corresponded to the outputs. The elements corresponding to the elements that are bonded in the output. Mostly because you have to do less shuffling. If you use the other two glyphs, you would have had two atoms like left over that you have to deal with, and that's just
Yeah, you've kind of given us the 11 parts we need to play this game with, and all our goal is to tessellate them and solve it fast.
Yeah, I would be really surprised if somebody used the other pair of inputs, which is and those two, the pair of inputs that do match up well, I'm glad this puzzle is that version. Gold would
Actually,
have been a bit more interesting / tricky.
now that I think about it, it wouldn't actually be that bad because you have to do the other two inputs. The other two atoms would be calcified and moved into the animismus.
Yeah, it's complete puzzle no matter which pair you pick.
Yeah.
But I
Oh,
just
Oh no, let's see. Coming up next, Communist Mountain. Oof. I don't know if those hexes are savable though.
one thing you really got to be careful about is those length 2 swings.
Yeah.
yep.
They go outside the footprint.
This is at 42. I'm not sure if it's savable.
Oh wait, it's at 42, so there's 7 areas still to come.
Yeah, there you go.
Oof. I'm watching delayed. That shows it. Yeah, now I get to see all that extra little fuzz around the edges. It's the what is it? Flatulence of the amoeba.
Looks
It
kind
is
of.
nice that the arm gives itself a hug with the output.
I was gonna say that it looks kind of like a sneaker to me. Anyway. Yep. Animismus. Sorry?
Cheat engine speed time.
Yeah.
Simulation go burr.
Yep. This one's at over 2,000 cycles, but thankfully alt-click speed is pretty fast.
So while I didn't really like the shape of the output for cycles, it's pretty nice for area because it tessellates pretty well with all the glyphs.
Mm-hmm.
The cycles I didn't like it because you couldn't slide from that position onto that position without covering that position. Which just meant that the 2 outputs per 2 cycles on an 8 loop was going to be extra hard.
It makes me wonder, what if I made the output actually be like a curl around a single hex, like a hexagon except missing one.
That would make area secondary much uglier.
Yes, it would. Yes, it would.
Why would you do that?
42 Genius 42. You're up next. Also
Wait,
at
42. Is it 42 area?
Yes, it is also at 42 area.
Ah.
You might be here for a little while longer. Steven actually scored a little bit better than he normally does.
He accidentally played really well for a week. I forgot. He was Stephen.
Yeah, it's mostly to do with this making the outputs with the bonder in this orientation makes it so that you're forced to go a little bit outside of what you can do.
Yeah, you can bond in a different order and save the bottommost 2 area, which I think they're saying in chat. I realized how to get it to 40 but didn't have time.
That's unfortunate. It's okay. There's still week 8 and week 9. Week 8 is pretty interesting for area, actually. I don't think that solution space has been explored.
Yeah, something of that size, you can't build it in the standard editor. You need the Cotratrona editor. Like you can make something of that size, but it would need to have an atom in the center. This is just a ring, so you have emptiness in the center. And I don't think many people use the Cotritrona editor much.
I use it like all the time. But
Yeah, you're not most people. It's pretty nice though that you're you.
yeah, I like cabinet puzzles and Acme bombs.
You know, bonds to nothing. Sometimes you break them, sometimes you
Oh
don't.
That's
no.
it's still funny.
All right, we're taking a big jump down in secondary tiebreaker, or I guess primary tiebreaker, but secondary whatever.
Area.
Yes, area. So that was 42. The next one down is at 33.
Oh,
Ooh.
Yeah, I received a 36 area solution, a 35, and then a 34, but those are all non-scoring solutions because people improved. Voidify.
So Voidify with one equilibrium.
Yep, right there.
cause swinging into the equilibrium. No,
Yeah, how else do you reach the bottom left piece of the quintessence? Yeah, my order of progression in this was first make a layout, then do cycles. Not cycles on the layout I had made. Literally just do the cycles metric. Because once I had the layout, I didn't want to actually program it.
Yep. Yeah, we dropped a lot of area because nobody submitted a scoring solution between 42 and 33. And we only have 2 people at this metric. Let's see here. I wonder if I have any primary metric ties or triple ties. I have one triple tie.
Ooh.
I don't have another.
So as soon as we hit 32 area, that pile up is just cycles.
Yes. And it's a big pile up.
Yeah, that's the thing. That like, if you found a better layout, then you get better score.
Right, which is kind of that's the thing about this. It's a lot of area solutions and a lot of I would say a lot of area solutions and a lot of min gold to area solutions end up being, once you find the minimum area and or minimum gold, it's just figuring out which is the best layout to get the cycles down as much as you can. Yeah. Yeah, designing a good area layout is, I personally wouldn't say that I'm an expert at it either, but it's actually really complicated.
Like Jing Yu has a bunch of principles he follows, but to me, even with my experience, I feel like what Jing Yu does is he can see more of the search space at once than anyone else, and can find the best piece of that search space intuitively very well. So I'm thinking that Jin Yu's the guy to ask to find the best layouts within gold cycles and gold area cycles.
Yeah, it's very complicated. TLDR, I'm pretty sure that finding the best layout for this is an MP hard problem. So, yeah.
And so each of us get a week to work on it, but unless we want to do everyone's work, we just give one data point, and then the data points provide us with scores.
Yeah. Monster Racer, you're the other 33 area solution, and that is why it is 12 parts.
Oh.
Sorry, what did you say?
You said the other. I wasn't expecting it to be only two 33s.
Ah, yes. There are only 2 scoring 33s.
The pile-up week, apparently. Well, but that means there's tons of points for everybody.
That is true. That is true. Yeah. I don't know what 3-sat is.
It's the know what it is? It's
Boolean
like
satisfiability problem.
Yep.
I thought it was like one of the canonical NP hard problems, but I might have my wife.
It's 3-sat is one of the canonical NP complete problems.
NP complete. Oh, right. Yeah, that's my wife.
Because it's anything NP hard can be written in it, and
it can be polynomial reduced to any other NP complete problem.
Yep.
Computability theory is a very abstract topic about how hard certain problems are effectively.
Right.
There's notions of like Kolmogorov complexity and algorithmic asymptotic behavior.
It also
I don't think it's something you can learn from a Twitch stream at this time.
Yeah, it also makes you sound like an absolute massive nerd. But then again, what do you expect from people playing a game like Opus Magnum to know about, honestly?
Yeah, the general population of this tournament is nerdy. I was a physics major. I only took computing classes as a hobby. Now I have a job in software, so who knows?
I took comp sci as my graduate minor, just because I was so into programming that it's like, well, might as well, right? This is fun. And it was.
Yeah, nerds.
You right.
Yeah, Goodbye Galaxy, like, saying that they went to film school. RPO was thinking that everyone's a mathematician or a computer scientist, but second place in cycles was a film student. Now, when I was at a physics lab, the guy I worked with had a double major in film, so you get nerds out of there too.
I guess it's a little bit poetic that I'm an engineer and I engineer these puzzles.
I have a physics degree, which means I explain things to myself as though they are easy, and sometimes I'm wrong.
Zorflax, you gotta write lore.
Engineer who's now a programmer here. Yeah. I mean, okay, if you want to know something really dirty, it is that my solution parser is coded in Scilab because I learn't MATLAB as an engineering course. And any computer science major will cringe and be like, ugh, because MATLAB is like the devil of computer science that nobody wants to talk about.
I've also heard bad things about MATLAB from the math people that I worked with.
Bambi is up next.
And I don't remember specifics about MATLAB, but I remember hearing them and being like, yep, that's terrible.
Audio for locating the positions of whales in MATLAB. That is the most significant MATLAB thing I have done.
MATLAB is great, but it's not for programming. Yeah.
RPO plugging Julia. That's my man. Julia is the best.
Julia.
It's a newish language, but it is so good.
Yeah, Steven, I told you, you actually did a competent solve this.
Steven got min primary and min secondary.
Yes.
While probably trying to get that area. Hashtag Steven things.
I'm still not certain how Steven could have messing up a cost solve. I mean, all he would have had to do is slap down a hex arm.
Or just use pistons, but no, he doesn't use pistons for anything except rotates only, so...
Steven misreads metric, accidentally wins.
Yeah, this solve is a little bit slow because I think it's because of this awkward placement of the calcification hex. It has to do a lot of this weird dodging.
Yeah, stuff's got a lot of travel, and then also stuff has to scooch to get ready for other stuff to move past. Like the delivery of the Fire Earth product is pretty janky. It's coming in at 500 cycles per the first output, so it's going to be around 3,000 in total.
Yeah, it's just under 3,000. This one's a doozy.
In fact, its tape loop is exactly 500, but that includes resets, so the last one drops before 3,000.
Right. Yeah, it's in puzzles like this or any area important puzzle really that you never want to use the reset instruction unless you really are sure of what you're doing, because sometimes it will swing the other way or like move to a different hex and then swing back, which might add more area because yay. All right, good night. Good night, Brit Boy. Yeah, it's just gonna be like this, but faster from here on out.
Yeah, we're getting different versions of this layout where everything's tessellated and the arm has to stay in its footprint. And it's just a question of who puts the stuff next to the stuff it talks to better.
It's like week 5 area all over again.
Well,
I mean, week 5 area had the top 10 all do different things.
That's true. But
yeah,
this is...
but like, it was like, okay, which of the 3 layouts is it this time?
Right, when you were in the 40 and 41, that was the case.
Yeah.
Ravioli is next. Ooh, a little bit of input suppression there. Just a little.
How many entrants are there?
34 scoring entrants.
That's more than week 6, who had only 30. Wow.
Oh, we are in top page. We are in top page as of Voidify, which was the first 33 area solution, by the way.
I'm calculating which place I have to be in to keep my streak of always scoring at least 8 points.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I gotta make top 20, and then I'll have 8 points at least for this week, for this category. And I don't know whether I make top 20 or not. I don't know whether my layout's any good. I didn't try to make other layouts besides the ones that were more convenient local changes to mine.
So this one is actually coded out to the end.
Oh dear.
Yeah. So I'm gonna alt click and this is gonna zoom by. Well, zoom by kind of. I'm not entirely Oh, I was gonna say I'm not entirely sure why it has to be coded out to the end, but I think it's because there's like a setup, and then everything else is a little bit different.
Yeah, it's literally the thing you called input suppression is actually the reason this is a 60.
Oof. Rich27 says, "Tell you what though, I wrote an algorithm in MATLAB to work out the transforms between pixels in a stitched image from a camera bank suspended below an aircraft and vice versa." Ugh. Okay, MATLAB was great for that because it was a lot of frames of reference to move between, and I could plot the Earth, the lat longs on it, and the camera FOV projections on it really easily before implementing it in C++. Yeah, MATLAB is a really good fast language to prototype things in if you're comfortable with it. These days, even my alma mater has switched over to teaching engineers Python for that purpose, just because it's so much more used everywhere, and CS
more widely. Describing taking camera output that is prototyped in MATLAB and implementing it in C++, you just described a lot of my job. I work with hardware people and I make C++ simulations of the hardware.
Coming up next, username Void.
So I was at 2,600 something cycles.
Yes, Ravioli was at 2629.
Oh, these inputs. Nice Critelli.
Yeah. All right. So people were. So I don't remember who exactly was asking for Critelli hex placement advice. I think I'm gonna break a little bit of a cardinal rule and actually give you guys some advice on that. Um, at least for those who are relatively new. Um, Number one, see if there's any like really symmetrical point to put your Critelli hex. Um, that is like probably the one most important one. But most solutions will not have this. Week 7 is kind of a special case because of how symmetrical it was designed to be. Um, but usually you don't have anything like that. In the case you can't, putting it along an axis of symmetry is nice. Um, but again, that also highly depends if your solutions are symmetrical. Then it becomes something along the lines of trying to surround it with as many used hexes as possible. By used as in, glyphs.
One thing I've seen, some advice I've seen about how to place Critelli in aesthetic places is the Critelli is a great way to say, out of all the hexes on the board, I think this one is really important. So putting it next to an input is not bad. Putting it next to an output is not bad. Tucking it inside where it fits really nice, like in this solution, is not bad. Putting it at a point of symmetry is not bad. It's especially an especially good place to put it would be if you happen to have a ring of hexes and the center is not used. So, like the center of life sensing potion output, for example, would be a good Critelli spot.
Yes.
Otherwise, if I am trying to place Critelli and I run out of, like, if I can't find a really good place to put it, usually what I do is I try to tuck it in like in a corner, like a upper right or upper left corner of the solution. Kind of like this solution actually, but the Critelli's a good spot on this one because it's kind of tucked into that nice hex hole.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, as someone else in chat said, excellent Critelli placement is a meme. You don't have to do it, but yeah, it is pure aesthetics. I think I might actually get miffed if Critelli placement was an actual metric at some point.
The problem is Critelli hex placement is completely subjective, which is why it's not really usable as a as a metric. Steven, you're finally up.
We have arrived. The Steven is here.
How do you get that output past that input?
It's so cursed.
I can see it. Suppression.
And swapped inputs.
Oh. Is this the first one to do this?
Yes.
Ho ho ho. Well, there's your answer there. Input suppression. There you go.
Huh. Interesting.
Do you have to program the 6T to get it to work?
No. This loops.
Okay.
Yep, because he just took it there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is this the first solution that uses the swapped inputs?
I think it is. I don't think I've seen a previous solution that doesn't have the swapped inputs.
Neat.
It does mean that you can bond the things pretty early on. The build order gets to be kind of nice with swapped inputs, and no one besides the intentional bad solve maker would think to do it.
Unfortunately, Steven, this is going to absolutely wreck your average score.
Yeah, and the standard deviation thing, of course.
No. God, the standard deviation.
To be fair, if Steven did input, or if Steven did finish week 9, if you do end up doing week 9, it would also mess up the standard deviation thing because of the free 10 points. Well, I'm actually debating if that really should be part of standard deviation. I don't think it should be.
I think it's just a bonus. You don't count bonuses.
Yeah,
As
alright. Yeah, I guess this is the one thing that ruins the standard deviation. So one tile of green in a line of red.
Oh, Brother Mojo brought up a good point. Swapped inputs are great if you have an indirect calcifier.
Hmm.
True, because you will always need to have a bonded piece you calcify one of.
Yeah.
And otherwise, you just have to rotate it around and salt by holding the salt.
My solution uses an indirect calcifier, but I don't use swapped inputs.
You hold salt
I,
on salt.
I salt it, and then I swap which one I'm holding, and then I salt the other one. Woo!
2348. Yeah, Steven, you beat my first solve.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta pump those numbers up. Come on.
Coming up next.
Excellent solve, Steven.
Tweedledee. If I can... Ah, here it is. That's an interesting place to put the calcifier.
It's a tempting place. It allows you to do a bunch of length 2 swings that you wouldn't be able to do without a hex used there.
That is true. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a lot of swings that, or length 2 swings that are being used really, really cleverly. Input suppression to get that output. Very neat. Very neat.
Good night, Steven.
Good night, Steven.
Oh, Zorflax mentioning putting one of the outputs in that position. That's a mind-blowing suggestion to me. I never considered it.
I like Matter Monkey's theory. All along, Steven has just been making bad solves so he can get to bed nice and early.
The ripe old hour of
That's right. It is it is an hour later than usual for a lot of people.
Ah, right. Wait, 2 a.m.?
Yeah, I start this at 5 instead of 4, which is good for me.
Is Steven in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean? What? Oh, it's almost 4. Okay, never mind. Ah.
349 is like what?
Oh
Germany,
my goodness.
Poland.
Yeah, that's like Europe, but if it was like 2 a.m., that would be like Iceland, and like I don't know of any other country that's like in that time zone. Or I don't know of any. It's 2:50 in the UK?
Netherlands, of course.
Really? Huh.
I had a lot of fun exploring the Netherlands and GeoGuessr.
1:43 p.m. Dang, you guys.
Yeah, everyone on the European side of things is having a midnight start time for the stream, and that's just brutal for these 3-hour deals.
Yep. Coming up next. That was 2324. Matter Monkey has a 2306. Ah, there's the output snuggled into the center of the um, quintessence glyph. And the calcifier's down here now.
Okay, I see a lot of the benefits of this.
Still only diamond tracks. We haven't seen lightning bolt tracks yet.
Really unfortunate how much shuffling there is to get the 2 salts onto the animismus without using that extra hex, though. Like, I feel like a lot of these solutions, I see parts that the layout really helps and then parts that the layout really hurts. I'm really curious what the final winning solution will be where it's like strictly helping, not hurting.
Thankfully, this is getting to the point where the solutions are getting somewhat faster.
Mr. Puzzle, your calcifier by collision would ruin the solution.
Wait, what? I didn't come up with that. Who
I
came
thought
up with
that was a new thing. The
No,
collision calcifier that would calcify anything that rotates through it if it has an atom hitbox.
I don't remember if that was me or not. I didn't think so.
But yeah, the pivot from the Moors to get it onto the output will move the water over the calcifier.
Mm-hmm.
Guilty Bystander talking about the dumb moment of, oh wait, you can calcify while they are still bonded together.
Yeah.
My dumb moment is that you don't have to have your final bond be made right next to the output. Because I was thinking, like, as soon as these outputs are built, swinging them around is going to take up so much space. I would rather just have a single translation from final bond to output. But that kind of restricts my layout.
Andrich K is next, if I can figure out where he is or where they are. Here it is. Ooh. Don't mind me.
These look like fun input positions to work with.
Yeah, it's like rabbit ears.
I also like that the animismus is now being placed in a diamond that isn't directly parallel to the, or isn't 2 tiles offset from the diamond track. So now the arm is going to be able to access the animismus holding it at different angles.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the ones we saw early on all had the arm holding the 4 tiles of animismus at the same angle as like one of the previous, like a prior supposition of the layout.
Pretty nice. Yeah, this is at sub 400, well below sub 400 actually. Yeah, so this is a 2147.
And I got leftover order too. People flexing their Rorschach in the Discord or in the Twitch chat again.
Let me take a look at the Discord. I haven't looked at the Discord for a while.
No, the Discord I don't think has had any activity since crashing on the cable management. I opened myself up to this public shaming. I was confident in my cycle secondary, and Goodbye Galaxy earned that. Earned that public for me.
Voidify. Voidify. You missed Monster Racer, Bambi, Ravioli, username Void, Steven, Tweedledee, and Mattermonkey. We are at Andrich K, and this is 2147 cycles. At minimum primary and minimum secondary. Oh yeah. Yeah, I had to go and fix the Critelli. That's okay. Alright. We have an exact triple metric tie coming up.
Ooh.
2147. Amazing.
Not this one. The next two. Which is also very interestingly close. It's close. They're at 2143.
4?
Yeah.
Yeah, four or less. So they saved a single cycle, but the output was delayed.
Yeah, so that would be a one cycle faster per loop, but plus 2 latency. Did you tie on the first one too?
His was the one that had the 6 arms and was losing on tertiary because of it.
Oh, well, in that case, you don't actually have to. You don't have to worry too much because this is a actual like triple metric tie that, and because of how I compute triple metric ties, both contestants get the better placement score instead of being split as it was in the previous tournaments.
Yeah, so like if 3 people did an ultimate tie for 12th, it's not 3 people getting 14th place points. It's 3 people getting 12th place points.
Yeah.
I mean, it would mean they're all 13th, but still.
Yeah.
Right. The point being that
ties are good.
Ties are good, yeah. So there's no accidental punishment for doing as well as somebody else.
I'm not entirely sure why the rules weren't like this in 2020 and 2019.
Because I wanted the total number of points to be predictable from the number of entrants, but then it's all thrown out the window anyway because metric scores.
Yeah. So that's neuter. The other person at this exact same triple metric is Madmaster 5000.
Yep, jump change boy.
Ooh, long lightning layout.
Ooh, there it is. That's the long lightning bolt, everybody.
It's amazing that it tied with a layout that had a totally different.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
It's just down to how long the tape loop is and when it drops that final output.
You would think that, but they're actually both 358 instructions as well.
Yeah, exactly. So they have the exact same tape loop.
Yes, they have the exact same tape loop, exact same latency, exact same everything, except for the layout is completely different.
Yeah, I don't know about this Critelli.
Oh.
But it's really cool to finally see the long bolt. I wasn't expecting to see it. But here it is.
People are saying that this loses on Critelli, so that's the tiebreaker. Nah.
Nah.
They have a point, but it wasn't codified, so we can't actually ding them.
Exactly.
Plus, long volt is also a nice thing to have.
Yes.
That's just cool points right there.
Yeah, so let's go into a little bit of cost optimization, because I don't think we actually really talked about this. But when it comes to cost, you can get all 5 points of the quintessence glyph using only 3 track. You have to do a 120-degree bent shape outwards like that, because on this corner here you can get these 2, and then on that corner you can get the other 2, and then you need the track in the middle to be bent outwards so your 2-length arm can reach the center.
And yeah, note that it forces a length 2 arm.
Yes. For Animismus, Animismus gets weird. I personally...
There are 4 separate channels of a 2 arm, to use Shadow Cluster's terminology.
Say that again?
To use Shadow Cluster's terminology on cost optimization, the four hexes of Animismus are on 4 separate channels of the 2 arm. There's no way to rotate from one to another. And that's a proof in its own that you need 4 track. The whole framing of cost is having channels based on basically planar modular things. Like there's a set of tiles that you can move amongst themselves using a length 2 arm. And there's a set of tiles that you can move amongst themselves using a length 3 arm. And each subset of that becomes a channel. So there's 4 channels for a length 2 arm, and there's 9 channels for a length 3 arm. And that can be the number of track which you would need if something has separate channels. I probably explained this really poorly and just made more people confused. Shadow Cluster is the guy to talk to about this.
The way I understand it, on the quintessence glyph, you can rotate from one position to the other with a 2 arm.
Yeah, it covers 3 channels because 2 of them are also degenerate to rotation. Basically, if you were to label the entire hex grid, put one color on all the tiles that can be reached traveling 2 tiles from the Critelli. And yeah, it's advanced parity. Guilty by Standard is exactly right. It's just like there are 4 different states that you can be on with respect to parity of the Critelli with a 2 arm, and 9 different states with a 3 arm.
Utopia is up next. We take another jump down.
And lightning bolt track.
Yeah, short lightning bolt this time. Not
I think
swapped
the word
inputs.
parity has kind of lost some of its meaning to me, though, because of how the Tetris community has made it into a bit of a meme.
Oh no. Oh no. I know exactly what you're talking about, and oh my goodness. The fact that I know about this says something about us.
Oh, look at Tetris on YouTube. I like this layout, by the way. I'm just amazed that it requires you to build the Animismus ahead of time. Like, I think... Is this looping or is this 6T?
Oh, half-axis bonder. Oh, I just noticed. He's making it... They're making it work by using bonder tricks, but... Ugh.
Yeah, you make 2 salts so that you can do the half-axis bonder. This is cursed.
This is a really cool layout. Oh, half-axis bonder. Ugh.
I think it requires to program this within its area, and it's the... And yeah, is this a number of instructions equal to its cycles?
Yes, this is 6T.
hard pain. It makes sense because you need to create 2 salts to be able to meet the bonding requirements, so you need to make the animismus.
Ooh, you hear that? I don't know if my mic picked it up, but it's thundering.
Ooh.
Yep.
The lightning bolt.
Big storm rolling in here in Georgia.
These lightning bolt tracks delivering you your lightning.
Yep.
So
Well,
when we go back to Diamond Track, it'll rain money, right?
It'll rain GameStop stock.
oh no. Here's an interesting thing. This is exactly 100 cycles faster than the previous.
Cool. Oh yeah, we went 2143, 2143, 2043.
And we're gonna jump down by a lot, actually.
Oh no, is it me?
No.
Nice one, Zorflax.
Well, you do
Zeus
have
sends his
a
regards.
you do have a previous solution that that is in the gap between this solution and the previous one, but no, it is not you. It was Rich 27.
Nice. It's a good placement for a first entrant. He had a really good cycles and now has a pretty great goal area as well. Hitting double men on this.
We are at 15th place with this entry, so we are getting there. We are getting there. Yeah, I'm trying to.
This is you rotate this clockwise 120. I think it's very similar to one of the layouts we saw at the beginning. The first one to put the output in the rotate spot of the quintessence glyph. This looks familiar, but
Wait a second. Wait a second. This is using the mismatched out inputs.
Oh, good notice. Nice.
Nice.
Ooh.
Rich, you clever dog. It also has a much cleaner route to get the salt into animismus than the other one that I'd seen with the similar layout.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how much the stream delay is, but it is definitely like several seconds.
Yeah. I'm watching it through stream delay and I can keep up with the conversation. There's actually so much solution space at 110x32. Like, there's so many different min area layouts, which wasn't the case when I made the Quintessence puzzle in the 2020 tournament. I think there were very few freedoms you could make min area in that one in. This one, there's just so much freedom because the two outputs are separate. They're disjoint. You can place them in separate places and use the area. You have quite a few glyphs to cover.
Alrighty. 1898. Big drop down.
That is a big drop. Wow.
Yeah. And I have a lot of people within 100 cycles of this. Let's see here.
Oh,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And if you count 200, it's 7, 8, 9. Yeah, a lot of people.
Well, you just told me that I'm in like 6th to 8th place.
Who knows?
You've completely spoiled it for me.
That's only because you know your own cycle solution, but no one else knows yours.
Yeah.
Big brain. Big brain. All right,
Yeah.
this
And ooh, that's good for me. I happen to know JoJo got much better than me. I don't know the number yet, though.
this
I
solution was beaten by 6 cycles by you know
Ooh.
who. You know who you are.
Sir Puzzle.
man, I don't remember what my cycle was. I'm just sitting here being like, what's it gonna? Oh, here it is. Oh yeah, this is my layout.
Okay, I guess you don't know who you are.
500 cycles in. Oh wait, this looks oddly familiar. Did I program?
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, this is mine. me sitting here like, what's mine gonna show up? I don't remember.
It's a mystery. It's a puzzle game where the puzzle is who you.
Week 9, who done it?
uh,
Yeah, so you can see the double grab on the salt there, on the salting there, because in indirect salting.
Yep.
It's not that inelegant though, because it's right next to the bonder, so that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of pretty interesting what is it? Commutative operation stuff to do with Opus Magnum. By that I mean, like, rotate and then move is different than move and then rotate. And a lot of that also depends on how exactly you place your glyphs. Also, sometimes matters in Space Chem, which is always fun.
Yeah, geometric puzzle solving involves a lot of group theory. A lot of things involve a lot of group theory if you expand your definition of group theory.
That seems a little broad.
What? I just think when you said commutative operations.
Oh. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, so Rich27 had a 317 instruction loop. Mr. Puzzle has a 316 instruction cycle loop.
Ka-chow.
Yeah. And guess what?
The next one is one less as well.
Guzumi
That'd
has a 315 instruction cycle loop. But they got 1883, so 9 cycles faster. So they've got 3 latency on you.
Oh.
In addition to the 6 cycles.
Layout.
Yeah,
Okay,
layout.
where is the Critelli? This is like F tier Critelli Critelli hex placement because it's not even visible.
It's not under an input, is it?
Might be under something.
It might be 200,000 cycles to, or 200,000 tiles to the left.
Oh no! Oh no!
All right, we'll spend the next 10 minutes looking for it, and then. Man, this solution is a lot. This layout is a lot pokier than what I would consider.
Yeah, it's not using contiguous space, so it can't get away with rotating large things, but it's going to build order that doesn't require it to.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think this is... I don't know if this is the first solution we've seen like this, but yeah, the outputs are facing outwards instead of inwards. Yeah, it does make moving things around a little bit more weird, because usually when the products are facing inwards, you have more hexes that are more available for rotations, but this solution looks like it uses the quad track loop a lot in moving atoms around, so it kind of sidesteps it a bit. Pretty interesting indeed. All right, let's fast forward this.
This is Izumi, right?
This is Guzumi's, yes.
Yeah. Keep and Bist updated in chat because they don't have audio.
Ah. Yeah, this solution makes it a little bit easier because of how they construct the outputs. The way that it makes like that 100-degree angle bonded thing first, and then like this thing here, and then there's sliding motion perpendicular to this bonder that makes it easy to slide directly into the output. Or in the case of this output, it'll slide all the way back to this far corner and then swing it over with all these hexes already covered. So
Yeah, you've said 100-degree. You also said perpendicular. I don't think you can hex grid.
All right, 120-degree here. I meant 120-degree here, and then perpendicular, as in it's.
It's in the y-axis when the thing is bonded in the x-axis. We just are in a hex grid, so y-axis is to the top right.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I will.
It's been over 3 hours.
I will start going on a small little rant in just a sec. We have Revex coming up next at 3:07 instruction cycle loop. Ooh,
long lightning bolt.
yeah. Okay, so my little rant that I have to go on. I apologize. I am a material science and engineer by training. And one of the things that we have to learn a lot about is something called crystal structures. And it means this is Rebix, 1838 and 307 instruction loop. Oh, yeah.
Hey, Rookie.
Yes?
What do you do with ill crystallographers?
With who?
With ill crystallographers.
With ill crystallographers?
You take them to the mono clinic. Get it?
I do. But sometimes they need to go to a tri-clinic too.
Okay, you can continue your rant. I just had to interject.
Zorflax is like, sigh. Yeah. So, yeah, crystal structures are actually a super important bit in like material science because literally, okay, so metals are crystals, by the way. Ceramics are crystals, by the way. Pretty much anything that isn't plastic or wood or glass. Some types of glass are crystals. Most of them aren't. Stuff like that. Oh yeah, chocolate is a crystal. Fun fact.
Huh?
Yeah, chocolate is a crystal. There's actually a lot of crystallography that goes into chocolate. It's really, really weird. But yeah, crystals are literally everywhere, and the way that molecules can pack into tightly into structures, we have to learn a lot about math and packing things into 3D spaces. So I get really used to talking about perpendicular planes as really just. I know it's a bad habit to say perpendicular, but I personally get really mixed up with perpendicular and what is it, like vectors that can form a basis for a space, specifically 2D and 3D space.
Yeah.
My really bad joke was actually the forum signature for one of the really big Conway's Game of Life enthusiasts. And it was burned into my head because I paid attention to all the things this guy said. And then his signature was at the bottom of every single one. And so it's just like, this is such a dumb joke, but I will never forget it.
Yeah. Perpendicularity and linear independence are basically the same thing, but I know they're not. But they basically are.
So we're at 1838.
1838? 1838.
The
With
question mark there.
What?
You sounded like it was a question mark on 1838.
Oh, it's 1838. Rebex has a 1838. It was beaten by 6 cycles.
Gotcha.
By Guilty Bystander. Here we go. This one has 306 instruction loop instead of 307.
Really subtle shaving here.
We're going further and further back in time.
Material science was the worst. In first year at uni, I had an exam with the question, describe concrete. 20 marks. Ugh. Ugh.
What a...
20 marks for describe concrete? That's a little rude, because concrete is actually a really complicated thing. Yeah, I had an entire chapter of a class dedicated to concrete by itself. Granted, yes, I was specializing. Oh, that rotation was cool.
Yeah, I'm really curious. I'm still behind, but how do they get this output over to the output? That's how. Very cool.
it was a cool spinny.
That calibrates my latency for you guys, just so you
know. Yeah, concrete. I did end up specializing in something called structural and functional materials, which is essentially everything that is like made out of ceramics, kind of. Anything that you use to build like buildings or bridges or that kind of thing out of, and functional being things like semiconductors and that kind of thing. Yeah, concrete was part of the ceramics class, which I had to take, and I had a professor who I will not name, but he's kind of infamous at my university for just teaching like way too much. Like drink out of a hose way too much. Yes, concrete is a ceramic. The word ceramic is actually really, really broad. It's essentially anything that isn't a metal. It's like anything that's a crystal that isn't a metal. Yeah, it's really, really terribly described. It's one of those, a ceramic is everything that something else isn't. It's not like, it doesn't have like its own definition. Like with metals, you can say, oh yeah, they have, high heat conductivity, they're shiny usually, and they're strong usually. But ceramics are like metal and non-metal. That's a ceramic. Sometimes you don't even have to be just like a combination of the two. Like
sometimes they're high temperature superconductors.
Yeah. High temperature superconductors. A lot of those are ceramics. Spec 98 is up. While I go on.
By the way, did we break the top 10?
We are actually on top 10. As I go and rant about material science. Okay. Spec 98. 10th place, congratulations. You are at 1820, beating the previous entrant by 12 cycles. And it ended up being that every single one of these cycles mattered, essentially. 304 instruction tape loop. Even helium can be a metal. Hydrogen, okay. Yeah, hydrogen is a
Yep.
very, very special case. Yeah, helium, I don't think
Has like
helium can.
30 orders of magnitude higher pressure required than we can achieve, right?
It's something ridiculous. Because, well, okay, metallic
Okay. Helium
hydrogen.
ground state energy gives it enough energy to not be a metallic solid. Helium cannot be solidified.
I'm not entirely sure if metallic hydrogen um, is completely confirmed to exist. I'm not completely sure. Like, there's a lot of interest and a lot of research going into it. I know some people claim to have made it. I think there was like, I think it was like Stanford or something who were like, oh yeah, we made like this sample of metallic. We claim it's metallic hydrogen in between these diamond anvils, and then their diamond anvils cracked, and then they lost the sample. So, um,
All these diamond tracks are ruining the diamond market. Anvil's we're back on track. We're talking about
anyway,
I was gonna say I totally remember metallic hydrogen being a thing, but then I remembered, no wait, I'm thinking about the Bolo books and like the metallic anti-hydrogen bore guns. Mixing up my science fiction with my science real.
yeah, helium is weird. Helium is very, very weird. It's like it because of how light it is and how perfectly like symmetrical essentially it is. It doesn't like to react with literally anything. And
Yeah, from a quantum physics standpoint, there's a pretty quick explanation for why helium can't be found metallically,
mhm.
but it requires like the ground state of oscillating systems having a non-zero energy, and that's something that's a course or two away from explaining in a Twitch stream.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, Spect98 for obtaining 10th place. Right, it's time for people to place their bets on top 3. I forgot about that. Shoot.
Communist
Drum
Mountain.
roll.
I like how this became a material/chemistry stream. Well, of course, we're playing Opus Magnum. What do you think we're doing here? Magic? We're not wizards.
Hold on.
Are you thinking of wizards?
Did you mean wizards?
You also have to realize, like, the general composition of Opus Magnum people are massive nerds.
Yeah, but some of them haven't been through as much nerd school yet.
That's true. That is very true. But hey, I'm not gonna call you boring. I mean, I have some good friends who actually ended up going to
The boring remark was about his choices for top 3, not his lit major.
liter
Oh,
English literature. I know I had a friend in high school who went to University of Victoria for it. I actually haven't checked in with him for a while. Top 3: Jinyu, Pentapig, and no clue about the third. What else? Pentapig, Rolomni, Galaxy, Penta, Jinyu, Rolomni.
I have Jinyu for first, and no one else was like worth me guessing.
Here's a quick hint. You're all wrong. Let's go.
Hint.
Let's go. Continue. OMG, it's a bist.
What a great hint, Sensei. Thanks. Wow.
The best is 9th.
The bist is 9th. Steven already placed. Yeah, so Steven, it's definitely not up here.
Wildly high, actually, compared to the usual.
Mm-hmm. This is a very nice layout. It looks very nice, I mean. Like how this output snuggles right into this little crevice made by the track and the glyphs. Oh yeah. There's a little bit of a drop in cycles from 1820 to 1767. Oh yeah, also Biggie and Mr. Puzzle, and I guess anyone in the chat, have a guess at how fast cycles goes.
680.
That's absurd. No. I'm guessing 400.
I'm just I don't know, just throwing out the guess that popped into my head. Because the guesses that come out of nowhere seem to be better than the guesses I think about when it comes to guesses. That's something I found out over the years.
Kind of hinted it goes below 1,000. Actually, it does not go below 1,000.
I think so. You mentioned that almost all of the solutions you received were above 1,000 cycles.
Yeah.
At the very beginning.
Yeah. So yeah, I will say nobody got below 1,000. So yeah, it's not that. It's not nearly that low.
I'm guessing it's high 1,200s.
That's pretty reasonable, actually.
680 double cycles. That's too high now. Yeah, that's about right. I mean, I'm as my standings show, I'm pretty good at this, but like, I don't know. I don't consider myself an expert on anything.
OMG Zapist, congratulations on 9th place.
Writing's on the wall for me. We're in my hundreds.
Yeah. Yeah, you are, Biggie Mac.
Hey, I'm sub taxi cab though. When I got under 1728, what was more important to me is that I was under 1729.
Oh right, yeah.
That's You're gonna be so angry when you find out.
Me by like 1 cycle, in which case this is just silly, but I still am happy. I'm top 10.
Well, we'll see in a bit.
It's got some ugly shuffling in it with that fire and earth suppression at the bottom so that I can do a swing that I wouldn't be able to do without that moved. But yeah, this layout was basically the only thing I looked at. So quite probably there was better that I didn't find. I just got burned out. I think tournament fatigue hit me and this puzzle didn't inspire me away from it.
It's okay.
I'm happy enough to get top 10 out of this.
Yeah, you still got week 8 and week 9 to catch up if you really want to. Week 9 is going to be very interesting.
I had a lot of fun with week 8. And week 9, of course, is going to be a monster.
I actually don't think it's as hard as 2020's. I played through it and I was like, I actually don't think it's that bad. Which means there's a lot of opportunity for optimization.
Curious.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Communist Mountain mentioning 1 cycle from last bond to output. I actually required that in my layout, which is part of the reason this is the one I landed on. And it's not the smartest requirement, because you can rotate these things through the large space. I had just enforced that once I bond it, I don't want to take up any extra area, so I am moving it to output by translating once.
Hutobi, it's not going to be like that unless you decide to choose to do that, okay? Hutobi said, don't make me code 10,000 cycles by hand again. I think what he's referring to is 2020 last...
had a lot of long tapes.
Yeah, because it was area optimized, so it ended up being like single arm on track and like 10,000 instructions and something ridiculous.
I think Mr. Puzzle had 70,000 cycles solved.
Sounds about right. I don't remember.
Anyway, that was me in 8th.
Yes,
right?
Congratulations, Biggie Mac, on 8th place.
Neat. Let's get lower. Let's see who has it.
Brother Mojo. Beat you by a single cycle.
A single cycle. Damn.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oof.
So 288 loop with a longer reset, I mean?
Exactly the same instructions, just 1 cycle earlier latency.
Yep. Well done, Brother Mojo.
Indeed.
If the rest of it is all this tight, I will kick myself. But if it's just the two of us and then a big drop, then I have to. I really can't claim to have great gold area intuition beyond what I've learned by watching Jinyu for 2 years. And I mean, my osmosis is decent, but I don't have the same intuition as he does.
Yeah, so the cycles gets a little bit weird when it starts to get towards top place. It kind of did something like this in the previous couple as well. Third, fourth, and fifth are all within 10 cycles of each other.
Wow. But then it nosedives a little because someone found a really clever motif.
Yeah,
And then
it
second
nosedives
place
twice.
drops like 400 cycles. It's amazing.
I specifically swapped the order
nice.
I put the longer. Ah. Oof. That was the cycle that made the difference. Yep.
You had a 1726. You could have had the same score, but I could have had the score too. No, I'm pretty sure there wasn't a quick reversal for me to change anything about it. If I'm not at a local minimum, please prove me wrong. But I don't know if people will try to optimize someone else's layout unless it was the winners.
All right. Well, I think I missed saying this. Congratulations, Biggie Mac, on 8th place. Congratulations, Brother Mojo, on 7th place. 6th place, we take a little drop. 1610 by Jinyu.
That was, you were hinting that Jinyu was not close to the top. Or I guess not close, not at the top.
Oh, because I said everybody is wrong.
Yeah, exactly. And he was the most common suggestion for the top.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yep. Yep, I can see how that saves a whole bunch of cycles. No, he salts the earth. No, he salted the fire, he debonded it. He continued to attach the water to the quintessence. That saves like 2 or 3 regrabs compared to an average solve.
Yeah, this is the this is swapped out or swapped inputs. You can see here it's
Goofy foot inputs. I love that term.
goofy foot inputs.
That way, it's describing like different ways of skateboarding with foot you have forward, but it also is used in a lot of other contexts because of that. Of just like if you do something slightly backwards, it's goofy foot.
Huh. I did not know that was a term. Yeah, doing this saves on a lot of grab drop shenanigans, it seems, which is very good for saving cycles. 1610, good enough for 6th place.
Yeah, this one has what I would expect a good solution to do. There's not anything that's obviously inefficient. So the fact that it's beaten by 5 people and apparently with a pretty big nosedive makes me curious. What is there left to save?
There is a little bit of a dip from here, another bit of a dip from 3rd to 2nd, and then a nosedive from 2nd to 1st.
Oh man, it's a blowout even for
Well,
first.
not that big of a nosedive, but from 2nd to 1st, but it is more than 100 cycles.
That's a nosedive. I'm excited to see what happens.
Indeed. It gets
So far,
pretty
I only know
interesting.
Mojo did well, and I don't know how well. How long is the tape loop on this? It's got to be like
269.
Nice.
Nice.
If it's a double Romani win, then that he nerfed himself for the first 3 weeks so that he could just run down the competition to finish off this tournament.
All right. We are entering top 5 territory. Congratulations, Jinyu, on 6th place. 5th place, JoJo.
Okay.
Where is JoJo? It should be right around here, but it's not. What?
JoJo's was at the very top of the cycles one.
What? Why? This is not swapped inputs. This is direct inputs.
It's also doing the Mr. Puzzle switcheroo of the calcifier because it's indirect.
Yes. So how is this faster?
A really clean bonding order, but there's still a lot of shuffling. Yeah, how is this faster?
Movement of the cardinals into the quintessence is really slick.
That is true.
The movement into the calcification to get the animismus is also pretty slick. There's not actually that many grab drops into it, or grab drops to actually make the outputs either.
Animismus is really far out of the way, but it is pretty low utilization compared to the other glyphs in the solution, so it makes sense to have it be the thing that's out of the way. Yeah, JoJo mentions that there's like 100 cycles lost to the animismus traversal. Just have to go so far away from the rest of the working station to load it and to unload it.
Pretty interesting.
And JoJo hasn't participated in Opus Magnum tournaments before, and they've been really impressive this tournament. I mean, winning week 1 is already big, but they've had a lot of strong performances as well.
1551.
Very cool.
Down from 1610 from Jinyu. Congratulations on 5th place. You were beaten by 2 cycles.
Oh my.
Ooh.
By none other than Pentapig.
Oh. Wow. Rolomni's still getting like closer and closer to the top. I'm not in 3rd anymore. Actually, no, this is a really, I mean, with the primaries being so simple.
Ooh. Oh ho ho. That was interesting. So it's matched inputs, but an air went to bonding, but the water with it went to quintessence.
Yeah, I saw someone do that sort of a bonding order earlier, and I thought that could be a promising thing to do. Because it means that you're just kind of bonding left to right through your output.
Less movement. Less shuffling.
This layout looks like 180 flipped from what a layout I started with. And I changed it, and I put one of the inputs on the other side of the things, and it probably caused more harm than good.
Yeah, the Critelli here, you've got this line pointing up towards it, and then this line pointing up towards it as well. So it's kind of tip of the iceberg, as Goodbye Galaxy says.
Who haven't we seen yet besides Rolomni? Is Goodbye Galaxy yet to come?
Maybe.
This is an amazing performance from Goodbye Galaxy this week. Oh, and Zorflax. Good point.
Also, maybe.
Some optimizers winning gold area in 2021. It's more likely than you think.
Pentavig, 1549. Beaten by 4 cycles by... Oh, I
This
got
one's
it.
the one. It's gotta be.
Rolomni.
Yeah, based on what he said in chat of like, I'm glad I dropped some cycles on the last day. Like,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
not going to have both Pentapig and JoJo.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Rolomni's previous submission was a 1665. So that hopped across Jinyu, Jojo, Pentapig. Hopped 3 places from just that.
This is a really elegant build order. I think I really didn't think hard enough about the timing of bonding. I had the timing of using all of the production glyphs, but I didn't have the timing of bonding worked out. So I ended up with 5 things on the board and some shuffling to do to get them all connected. Whereas this one doesn't have too much on the board at once. It's pretty elegant.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, Goodbye Galaxy doing this well and Zorflax on a week before a Sum week. I think you mentioning week 8 would be some turned on their neurons and suddenly they went week.
Yeah, week 8 sum is going to be rather interesting. Week 8 area is also interesting. It's a lot of unexplored area, but because the area of the original like shape is so big in the first place, I don't expect people to lose that many metric points because of
Yeah.
But that's
Yeah,
fine.
ratios of like 150 to 151 is like no points. And yes, I'm using random numbers. If you get under 150, they'll call me.
Is this just a mirror of yours? I don't think so, because it is a lot faster. But if you're talking about the layout, it might be. So yeah, Rolomni's at 1545. We're gonna jump down 60 cycles.
Whoa.
Under 1500, very nice, very nice.
Zorflax.
Galaxy winner and Zorflax second. These are both really impressive placements.
Indeed. I will quickly say, congratulations to Zorflax for second place. Congratulations on Rolomni for third place, and congratulations Pentapig on fourth. And I don't remember if I said this already or not, but I'm going to say it again. Congratulations Jojo on fifth place. And yes, Galaxy, that means you are in first place, but I will save yours for the end. Let's take a look. The inputs are placed really far apart.
Yeah, that's similar to how I placed my inputs. It's definitely not a curse.
It does.
It's just a question whether you can get point A to point B efficiently. The debonder is really convenient for it.
Oh yeah, yeah, and the assembly process there was very, very elegant too, with like minimal regrabs.
I feel like they calcified their Vitae at one point. Imagine if you could calcify things besides atomic.
I was thinking about like a, what did I call it? Glyph of Gamora. It turns everything into salt. Tin salt.
Cursed Opus Magnum concept.
Yeah, this is very smooth.
Yeah, the debonder position I found was the most important piece to the solution, but I just found the local better spot. This is like a solution where the debonder makes the most sense so far.
I think one part where this solution is definitely saving on cycles is because you've got the two inputs at different sides of the solution. You have less reset time when you want to grab your next input. Like the part right after you make the animismus and you want to get the want to start making the quintessence, the fire and earth input is just a single rotate away, and I think that's definitely helping a lot with getting this sped up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm a fan. This layout is very clean for the problem. Can't wait for Jinyu to now look at the top layouts and improve them each by 30 cycles.
Was there computation in 2019? Yes, it was called wheel inversion. It wasn't exactly a computation puzzle, kind of. It was.
You had to sense the one of 5 different atoms between salt, fire, air, earth, and water, and
Yeah.
replace them with salt by salt, air by earth, earth by air, water by fire, fire by water.
Yeah.
And someone found a way to do it with only bonding and unbonding. Someone found a way to do it with duplication. A lot of people just did a cycle spammy thing.
How do you do it with bonding and unbonding?
Ask Pentapig. His solution was amazing.
Well, because the elemental cardinal elements were an input.
I think it was also indirect bonding and unbonding because of the number of inputs and outputs he needed to have.
Huh.
It's like doubly indirect glyphs.
Goodbye, Galaxy. The some bitches.
Okay, goodbye, Galaxy.
What is this? It's sub 1400?
Yes. It dropped to 1377. A shame that you couldn't drop it by another 40 cycles, but a boy can dream.
Overphone, this is like my layout. This is the layout I started with. This is the very first layout I showed you. How does this work?
I don't know. Let's see. Congratulations on first place.
I don't think I've seen much of that. Of building.
Animismus last.
Yeah, Animismus last. Building the center all at once.
This is a nudge from my layout, actually. It has a difference in where the bottom pieces go, but
I think what it's allowing to do is just less. When you make the Animismus last, you're able to just shuffle things around less overall.
Imagine this solved with a lightning bolt track. I'm not seeing any reasons it has to be a diamond. I'm seeing a lot of places where the lightning bolt adds a cycle, but not any places where it's saving cycles. Because it doesn't do like parallel shifts. Oh, interesting. There's some fundamental reason I'm not seeing. I would say the solution makes a lot of sense to me, but I'm not aware of, like, if I had seen this layout versus my layout, I'd say they probably bottom out around the same. And I would separately say that my solution bottomed out the layout it used. So 400 cycles of discrepancy would beg to differ with my opinion. Yeah, 1377 won this, and it's an earned win.
Indeed. Big congratulations to Goodbye Galaxy here. Goodbye Galaxy, I don't think you've actually won a previous. I think this is like your first time 10-pointer. I have to go and double check. Oh, that means I have to go and open up. Okay, Goodbye Galaxy says
10 points every time.
Yeah.
Goodbye Galaxy saves it from the streak continuing.
Rolomni, unfortunately, your streak has come to an end. And Zorflax just because you're a literature major doesn't mean that you can't do Opus Magnum puzzles, okay?
You're in your element just like the rest of us. It's gaming.
Mm-hmm. Congratulations again. 2330 gold. What? No. Looking at the wrong sheet. Sorry. 11.
330 gold was Rulamni's gold on the
Yeah,
site.
it's 110 gold, 1377 cycles, 32 area. 230 instructions for a total score of 10. Congratulations. All right. I'm going to go and do the compile all the scores now. So
It was fun being in the top 3 while it lasted.
I'm just going to do that
With
right
Chicago, we're going to
now.
be neighbors.
Current standings. Okay. So let's get all these. Let's get all these scores. Just quickly renaming some files right now, so they can be uploaded to the Google Drive in a bit. Rename this. And then score results. Week 7 CGA.
Now, there was a question about whether there were other showcase solutions.
No. The only showcase solution I had was
Mr. Puzzle Area.
Yeah.
yes.
Wacky no track area. I didn't think about doing a piston on a single track.
And then so that was CGA, and then there is GAC. Just gonna double check that these names line up real quick. Yep, they do. Move that over. Now I gotta sort the big one. Data. Sort range. Data has header row. Yep. Name A to Z. Sort. Now I gotta go and match up all these. Insert row. "42 Genius." Oh. One sec. Okay. Week 7. Up there. Bambi Biggie Mac are together. Brother Mojo. Brit Boy is new, so this insert row. Chickens in the Attic. Communist Mountain. Flame Haze, Goodbye Galaxy. Guilty Bystander. Guzumi, Hutobi. Iceman is not here. So Flame Haze. Jinyu Jojo. Kupioala. Mad Master 5000. Matter Monkey. Monster Racer. Mr. Puzzle. Neuter. OMG It's a Beast. Andrej K. Pentapig. Ravioli is new. Insert row. Rebix. Rich 27 is new. Insert row. Rolomni. Specht 98. Steven. Topo Mouse. Tweedledee. Username Void. Voidify. And Zorflax. Alrighty, I need to go and reformat some of these cells.
Don't forget to make sure that all scores get copied for a total score column, because that one drops anyone who didn't.
The scores. Okay.
Make sure the formula in T3 or whatever is in T2 and a whole row.
Yeah. Let me see if I can get this range selected. Here we go. Done. And then let me get this other range selected. Apply to this range. Okay. Conditional formatting, color scale. I think I got everyone.
I think you did too. Although the conditional formatting is missing on the
Oh,
left hand.
whoops. Conditional formatting. Whoops, 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 whoops. Done. Done. All right. I think that's good now. Let's sort this.
Moment of official truth. Although I already looked at the numbers and I am in fourth now. Romney overtook me, but not Jinyu.
Sort range. Sort by total score. Z to A. Bam. First place, Pentapig. 129.1. Second place, Jin Yu, 128.222. Third place, Rolomni, 128.181. Fourth place, Biggie Mac, 127.765.
Pretty close up there.
It is still very close. Yes, there's still 1.5 points of difference between first and fourth place. So anything can still change. Let me go and bold these two. All right. Fifth place, Mr. Puzzle at 116.359.
Yeah, Vanguard position. Woo.
Sixth place, Goodbye Galaxy at 112.989.
Ooh.
They're catching up.
Yeah, he was right. Welcome to the tier. It was lonely for a bit.
Seventh place, Brother Mojo, 109.987. So also pretty close.
Mm-hmm.
And eighth place, Jojo, 107.246. Ninth place, Matter Monkey at 106.443. And 10th place is still Nuchar at 105.665. I think that's what it was. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, you're still in solid fifth place, Mr. Puzzle. There's still a decent 3 point gap between you and the next, and there's another 3 point gap between Goodbye Galaxy and Brother Mojo, I believe. But yeah, it's a little less clear.
I gotta get some more points. I gotta leap ahead.
Alrighty.
Waiting for Thursday's drop.
Oh yeah, Thursday's gonna be. Thursday is gonna be spicy. I actually have a nickname for week 9.
Oh, do tell.
I'm trying to decide if I really want to tell or not, or if it's too spoilery. And if I'm debating
Do
that,
it.
the answer is probably no, I can't tell.
Oh,
That's the problem. Yeah, that's the problem. It's okay. You can wait. You can wait 4 days, right?
I guess.
Reward to those who stuck to the end of the stream. Well, the problem is I did do something like this, like for week 5, and it was something like, oh yeah, not a lot of people actually found out that there was a hint for week 6
Oh
at the
yeah.
end of week 5, and there was like
Yep.
thing about it. So
Yeah, that didn't work out great.
yeah. Anyway, thank you everyone for coming to the stream. Yeah, this one did end up being 4 hours and 15 minutes. I tried to go a little bit faster for the uh, gold gold area cost or gold area cycle solutions, but evidently it still ended up being over 4 hours.
Mm.
I hope week 8 won't be this bad. I know week 8 doesn't have any ridiculously long solutions for now, as far as I can tell. So yeah, hopefully week 8 will be slightly faster. Yeah. Thanks everyone. Congratulations to the winners again. And I hope to see everyone.
Super well done. Good job. Well job. Done.
Yeah, give us a lore spoiler that has nothing to do with the solution.
Ooh. Yeah.
Does it take place in the same universe as Rivari's Rage?
Let me see. I think I can spoil a little bit of the lore. I think that's okay.
Yes. More lore.
Though.
Hmm?
I'm gonna go help with the pie.
Let me scroll
Take
all
care,
the
guys.
way down. All right. See ya, Biggie. All right. I'll give you the first 4 lines.
Yeah.
A report sits on the chief inspector's desk. Preliminary investigation report. Transmutation engine object number 13. Security level top secret.
Ooh. Oh man, now I can't wait. Well, I already couldn't wait, but love me some lore.
All right. I'll see y'all next week. And I should probably quickly talk about week 8. Week 8 is elemental jewel setting. It's already out on the Google Drive. Please take a look at it. The first metric is area cycles gold, I think.
Yep.
And the second one is sum. And I don't remember the tiebreakers.
Golden cycles, I think.
That was a cliffhanger. Oh yeah, that's the whole point. Yeah, I don't think I can say anything past that without being spoilery, unfortunately.
That's really juicy though. And I love me a good computation puzzle, so I'm really excited.
All right. Yeah. So have fun with week 8. Week 8 is due. Week 8 is due a week from now, which is March 23rd, 2021. Please be warned. I know some international folks out there might have to deal with daylight savings. I'm not entirely sure. I think there are some countries that do it like third week of February for some reason, or third week of March. Just be careful.
Be sure to look up what 0 UTC is in your local area.
Yeah. And week 9 is going to be released on Thursday my time. It's just Friday 0 UTC, and it's going to be due 2 weeks from the end of week 8. So that's April 6th. All right. Goodbye, everyone, and good luck on week 8.
See you next week.
Bye.